And it didn't break. Whee! Okay, so now that we made sure that it doesn't break, first things first, or important things first, okay? We're going to be farming Uber Uniques and Vaults now. So in case you missed it, the new patch with the new Uber Unique crafting highered the chances of Uber Unique drop rates in Vaults or in the overworld in general. But that would assume that a tier 100 dungeon, in my opinion, a tier 100 dungeon, should be dropping absolutely like crazy. Right? I should do like 1 hour of tier 100 dungeons now, and we'll count how many we do, and then we should be getting an Uber Unique. And for this, we're also trying out a brand new build, which is even more exciting for me, because it is a Blood Lance Corpse Explosion Overpower build mix. That the 5-to-1 trading ratio is absolutely useless. We don't have to argue about this, chat. The 5-to-1 is useless. They made a big duty about that, right? And they're like, don't even mention it. So this on. Oh, I forget to put on the barrier aspect, so we have to do that. I mean, I'll survive without it. That's the funny part is I'll probably survive without the barrier aspect, so we can actually see that and see how well I survive without the barrier aspect. Because if I now manage to also survive without that, I might actually not play the barrier in the long run. You know? See, do you see how they all died? This is usually what Blood Lance struggles with. So Blood Lance usually struggles with the fact that there's a lot of opponents gathered together, and you don't have anything to really reliably destroy them. Well, that has changed now because Blood Lance can reliably pull things together. Oh shit, I kind of get myself stuck here. Blood Lance can now do that with Corpse Explosion. No, we get the Super Black River Corpse Explosion into this. But I need to re-enchant my helmet to actually, but before we pick up things, because right now we have the Bone Storm, but the Bone Storm is supposed to be some of our corpse production, right? So we'll have to quickly go back and enchant barrier thingy on that, and then we should be good to go. I want to kill the game? Well, the problem is that the current crafting system change is actually very good, and we're not going to lie about this. It's very good for the Eternal Realm, which kind of makes no sense because, like, I mean, why would you make something that's good for the Eternal Realm? I'm sorry, like, no offense to Eternal Realm players, but who's playing that? Right? No one out there who's like, oh yeah, we should be playing more Eternal Realm, you know? Have you heard about my friend the Eternal Realm? No, I haven't. Honestly, I haven't. No, thank you. I've actually not heard about your friend the Eternal Realm. I also want you to shut up and don't ever talk about that again. Thank you very much. But it's good for Rob. I mean, even Rob said that it's a bad system, so like, or not way thought out through. Bone Spear over Lance. Well, we have a Bone Spear build that will work with this, but that's not the question because it was always sure that Bone Spear would work with this. But that Bone Spear works with this was from the beginning very obvious. But what if we now could also merge this together with Blood Lance? Because a lot of people actually like Blood Lance, but Blood Lance always had a group clearing issue in terms of speed. And if we now can change this clearing issue by, well, introducing Black River to the fray, and we can then keep zooming because of that. Because as you notice, my essence is actually not running dry, right? My essence just keeps existing. And now we're just going through here and we're exploding everything. And our explosions can go up to the millions because that's how we scaled our damage to be possibly doing that. While our Overpower also does millions. So it's like a funny combination. The only problem we're currently facing is, that was a 5 million Blood Lance. So the only problem we're facing is that we have an attack speed issue. How much did they increase the Uber drop world rate chance? Well, they didn't tell us. Crazy, right? So they told us how much they increased it for Uber Malphus, but they never told us how much they actually increased it for... Oh, I need to go on the left side here. They never told us how much exactly they increased it in the overworld. So if I'm honest, I'm probably expecting them to have increased it from non-existent to actually existent. Because right now I don't expect that it was actually realistic to ever drop an uber unique in the overworld. I mean, I have not heard of anyone there, you know, if anyone actually ever get an uber unique from the overworld before. So here we are now, giving it our all. I need gloves with attack speed. I think that's the only way how I could get rid of the attack speed issue. Would you prefer the Army of the Dead or the Bone Storm? That depends heavily on which build I'm currently playing. I mean, this build here, for example, needs the Bone Storm to stay alive. It wouldn't just reasonably work without the Bone Storm to consistently stay alive. So that's not a question of what do I prefer. It's more a question of what will work. And in this case, it would only work in this, like, you know, with this. It's not like an actual like question at that point. Oh, I forgot to activate my steam. Like, I forgot to activate my storm. I didn't, you know, and then I die. It's a little bit down to, I mean, I only have 10,000 armor, so that's like one part of the equation. But we only have 10,000 armor. Plus, if we then don't have barrier running, you kind of die, right? I mean, in the Blight build, I definitely like the Army of the Dead more because it's more fun, but obviously Bone Storm Litless Wall is safer. See, now that we have the Litless Wall running, I'm essentially have like a 22,000 barrier on top of my other 22,000. See, now Blood Lance in the end room, Chad. So this is the new Blood Lance in the end room. Do you see how the whole room just dies to one corpse explosion? I don't actually even need to Blood Lance thingies. I could still Blood Lance thingies if I want to. Especially the ones that are standing further away. What's the idea born behind this build? Well, the idea born behind this build is that you're going to be able to kill bosses with this also extremely easy. Because Blood Lance is a very nice boss killer. So that was dungeon number 1 now. No Uber unique. I'm disappointed. Kind of like think the change was a lie. Let's try to find perfect items. So today it's all about pushing this further. Okay. It's all about getting my desecration glyph and my other glyph maxed out. So I'm going to be trying to get everything 21. Also all my shadow glyphs, all this stuff. Like we're trying to get essentially every single glyph 21 today. While we're also like just pushing through dungeons like there's no tomorrow. Is there a better chance to Uber drops? Yes, we have a better chance, but it's not quantified. That's a bit sad, you know? Because I would prefer if it was quantified. Kind of stinks, correct? This is definitely better than the original only Blood Lance build, which is kind of funny. Wow, this has cooldown reduction, maximum life, and maximum essence. This is actually not even a bad helmet for the things I like to go for. I'm currently trying to like find the perfect items for the rest of my builds essentially. So that's what we're looking into right now. Need a better pans that essentially provide like maximum life and some corpse explosion, for example. Need potential better damage reduction items so I can run some things different. I look for a blood mist pans, movement speed boots, sure, but the rest is shit. We still need an amulet that actually has tides of blood on it because I can't find one of those. That's a little bit of a bummer. Got Evernight yesterday. Whoop, whoop, Evernight. I do have Genesis, which is good. Andres, good to see you there. I mean, Evernight works really well for this build because it boosts essentially Blood Lance damage and the other damage. So Blood Lance and Corpse Explosion are being boosted by Evernight by 4 ranks. And 4 ranks is an incredible multiplier that should not be like frowned upon. See, so again, we activate Bone Storm, right? Blood Lance has a very high lucky hit chance. by nature, which is kind of funny. A lot of people don't actually know this. So we have corpse explosions that essentially do like vast quantities of damage. I think the build would work better if I would... Oh, see that? Just a random million. If I would also make my corpse tendrils do blood orbs, because then I do essentially even more tendrils, you know? So I think that would be even better. Trouble, where are you going? See, I just stood in that fire explosion and nothing happened to me because, well, I don't know what's going to happen to me. Am I going to be able to do damage? No. Like Blood Lance has like still a 45% lucky hit chance, right? And what I really want to know is if the Blood Lances that are coming out of Gore Quills. So if there's blood orbs close by, right, then I get Gore Quills. But if the Blood Lances that are coming out of Gore Quills, if they also have a lucky hit chance, right? Because like whenever there's an orb and I get a lucky hit chance. I was wondering if there's still people who play this thing daily, sir. There's hundreds of thousands of people that play this game daily. But you know, you don't find these people whining in the internet because they're actually busy playing the game. And like the thing with the Diablo player base, there's people that like Diablo but whine about it, and then there's people that actually like Diablo and, well, they just play it. This is very funny to me. Like we're also gonna make a bone spear build with this, by the way, don't worry. But I just really wanted to know if I can actually, if I can actually make this a Blood Lance build, and I can. Yeah, some people actually play games because they like them, you know, for the game, and not because they like the old games. Which is always a problem, like the same problem that Call of Duty players have, right? They're like, oh man, I used to like Call of Duty 3, and now Call of Duty 4 is out, so I have a privilege to like that one too, and if I don't like it, I'll just spend all my time complaining about it. Because, you know, like I used to like the old ones, so yeah. Hi. Like the biggest haters are essentially people that played the old games and for some reason don't like this version. I think these are currently the biggest haters, the ultra fans. You have Tides of Blood Macabre, Tides of Blood Corpse Explosion, and Curse. Yeah, that's what I'm looking. That's what I need. I need Tides of Blood together with all corpse skills. That's what I'm trying to get, and it's gonna be like very hard to actually find an amulet like that. Because Tides of Blood is an insane multiplier, and then Corpse Guild's also an insane multiplier. Are you running Gore Quilts on this build? Yes, I'm running Gore Quilts on this build, and as you can see, it's working very well for dungeon clearing. And I think it would run even better if I would now turn also the Corpse Tendrils into Blood Orb protection. I mean, you notice our lucky hit chance is high, so we're always like having things running. We always do like millions of damage with our lances, so that's good. It's called a first world problem. It's definitely called a first world problem, Ben. Absolutely. I mean, other people are hoping to like find a game they can finally play again, and then you actually do have a game you could play, but you still choose to complain, and instead of then moving on to all the other amazing games out there. Did you get any Uber uniques from vaults? This is the second vault today, Brave Lions. So we just started this morning, and we're just about to see, like, I'm essentially going to be running vaults now for 4 hours straight without blinking. And we'll see. I mean, if I don't get a single Uber unique after running like vaults for 4 hours straight, then the drop rates are shit. Because if I run Duriel for 4 hours straight, I will definitely get an Uber unique. I mean, Duriel for 4 hours straight is kind of like, how many tries would you say, Chad? When you can do in 1 hour, you can probably do 20 Duriels at least in 1 hour. If you have the material, so like, let's say you have the material, so Do 20 per hour. Your drop rate is 1,000% higher, most likely, but also the tier 100 dungeon in total drops more loot in total than Durio. So Durio might have a higher drop chance, but there's more chances for drops in a tier 100 dungeon. I never understand the desire to shit on people who criticize the game. We are not shitting on people who criticize the game. I mean, they can criticize the game as much as they want to, but we're like, I'm just literally not interested listening to you. You know? I'm enjoying the game. I'm having fun. I know about all the problems in the game, you know? I just got better things to do with my time than listen to someone just whining about Diablo not being what he wants Diablo to be. That's the thing. Like, complain about it as much as you want, just leave me alone. I know about the problems. I play the game daily, you know? We're gonna find, is there any chance like to find even better rings? I mean, that Mother's Embrace is useless. We all know that. Rings and fueled by death. Nah, useless. I say move on. Exactly. Ideal gloves is attack speed, crit chance, overpower ranks, and blood lance. So you need lucky hit chance, you need critical strike chance, you want attack speed and blood lance, and you don't actually want overpower. Yes, this is 100 overpower damage, but we already have like 2.7k. Like getting even more overpower at some point is detrimental returns. So like you have enough, right? More is not more at some point, right? Now I'm doing fantastic. How you doing? Do you need to do tier 100s? No, your opponents need to be 85 plus. So generally every opponent 85 plus, level 85 plus, can drop an uber unique. So this has always been the fact that any opponent of the level 85 and onwards can drop uber uniques. The fact is also though that the open world has so abysmal uber unique drop chances that it essentially makes like not even sense to look for that or try to get uber uniques in the open world. Now, though, they said they hired the chances, so I would assume that if I farm vaults now for 2 hours straight and I get my glyphs upgraded, that I should be able to potentially get myself an uber unique or two. Well, one uber unique. Let's say two is probably pretty bad. Hey. The problem obviously is that buffing the drop chances of uber uniques, if the drop chance was non-existent before and now it's a little bit more than non-existent, still makes it kind of non-existent, right? So we're kind of like still at the point where we're like non-existent times non-existence. Where do you farm Black River? I mean, Black River you can get in Nightmare Vaults as well, but you are most likely going to get Black River from Durio. But you can get it from Vaults as well. That's where I personally get my Black River from Vaults. Now you drop 2 Black Rivers. See, I got a good Black River from Durio. I got a better Black River from a Vault. It's actually funny to me, right? Which uber unique do you have? I have a Melted Heart of Selig that I don't want. I mean, I made a build with it, but just literally just to make a build with Melted Heart of Selig, not because I want the Melted Heart of Selig. The only uber unique I need this season, is hard, is the Ring of Starless Skies. That I could integrate in many builds. I don't actually need a single other one. No, before you ask, I also don't need Shaco, to be honest. But Shaco ain't no bad, but I actually don't need it in most builds. So yeah, it's down. Like it's literally just like the actual Ring of Starless Skies, because Ring of Starless Skies for most builds would just be a flat 40% damage increase. That's super easy to get. So yeah. Finding Uber Uniques is finding much harder this season than last season. It's the statistics. I mean, you might get one Uber Unique in 10 durials, 20, 30, 40, 50, or 100. There's never a guarantee for it. It's always random. And even if the chance is like 3%, doesn't mean that 3% times 30 tries gives you a guaranteed Uber Unique, right? It's that every single try is like there's no pity timer, essentially what I'm trying to say. And that's actually like the biggest mistake they did, that they didn't introduce like a pity timer, because you could essentially do Duriel grind for 200 hours and that's it. You'll never see a single Uber Unique, simply because the game just like, this is how RNG works. Now you could say bibbidi bobbidi boo, Uber, this is ARPGs for you, but yeah, it's actually really bad. In season 2, you get 2 Starless Skies 7 times. Yeah, and now you might never see it for another 5 seasons. Unless you find 5 Uber Uniques you don't want to then craft them into, like, the ones you do want. So, choose your poison here. You know, you could also just transform them. Where are the Uber changes? Well, you can craft Uber Uniques now. You only need to trash 5 that you don't want into the ones you do want. So that is possible. Undeniable possible, actually. God, I love this build. It's working so good. It solved all the problems that Blood Lance had. It's actually making me very happy here right now. I mean, Blood Lance could before already clear these rooms, but now we're just clearing them even easier, which is nice to see. And we still have to look out that we don't stand like in all these explosions to not die. But you're essentially getting like the Black River onto the ship of the actual overpower damage. Just still salty about the attack speed. That's the only thing that makes me sad. Like the attack speed is so slow for this right now. It makes me a little bit unhappy. Okay, that was vault number 3. Also, chat, I did learn that you can do this. Yep. Still, like, kind of forgetting every single time. Ring is really magnificent. Yep. It's really nice. The amount of crying about Uber Uniques is hilarious. It's not crying about Uber Uniques. I think this is, like, the general misunderstanding. No one cries about Uber Uniques. I'm just sad about flawed systems in the game. You know? I don't want or need all the Uber Uniques, but I would prefer if the game had good working systems in them and not like, you know, weird grind systems that don't work the way they should, or that actually make people quit the game. I mean, just this morning I had a comment from someone. He said he did 50 Malphys, didn't get a single of these, and he did also 100 Duriels, and he didn't get a single Uber Unique. And then he was sad and didn't want to play anymore. And guess what? That's understandable. I can absolutely empathize with that person that decided that after all that, what he did, and he didn't get a single thing, then it's kind of like, yeah, I don't want to play anymore. You know, that's okay, especially when you just want the seasonal mechanic, right? I mean, just want Evernight and just want Genesis. Don't even have Genesis yet. So I can 100% emphasize with that person that then it's like, you know what, you're kind of stupid. One thing I want to change is I want to bring this over to that. We're going to have to... technically I would need 2 points into Blood Mist, but I need that point in here for the bonus essence, and I don't have any more points. The only 2 points I have is from transfusion, but I can't take them out there. I could take points out of amplified damage, but that's also bad. I can't take points out of corpse explosion because that's also bad. You did 50 Duriels and not a single T-Balls. Wah, 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 wah. Yeah, I know though, that kind of stinks. Kuzushin. Oh god, I screwed that up. Thank you very much for your subscription, brand new Magarus. Thank you for the 9 months of support as well. Greetings to the Man Flu Gang. Tatsuku, thank you for the 43 months on top of that. Get rid of Curse. Curse hires my damage by 32% multiplicative. Thank you very much. There's no world where I am getting rid of Curse. We're playing the Blood Moon Breaches, which hire our overpower damage by 70% multiplicative. That is like all our overpower damage times 70%, which is way too good. There's no world where I'll ever even remotely consider that, sir. Oh, this is just so smooth. I love it. This is just as smooth as butter, Chan. Like running through, like just shooting them and then... I think the biggest problem is that people are too stuck with one character. And people are at the same time also too stuck with, like, they're actually trying to min-max out their character for no reason, right? So it's kind of like right now, since we're not having a leaderboard, the only thing you can do is you can get better gear for nothing, right? And if you then don't even get the better gear for nothing, a lot of people are like frustrated and burned out. But what I feel like is more people should actually take a break. You know, they should get their character to level 100, play a bit, take a break, then come back, play a bit, take a break. But it's like these people that keep playing daily despite having nothing to do in the game. You know, so then instead of finding something to do, like making a new character or stuff like that, they just like keep playing their one character, but they have like nothing to do. So they keep farming like Duriel, and then they don't get the drops, and then they get frustrated because they're not getting the drops, which is understandable. And it's kind of like a loop of misery that is self-created to a degree. I mean, it's partially down to the game like lacking, but it's like a loop of misery that you're bringing like onto yourself. I had 100 clear tier 100 and no one to do anything. Exactly, Envy, and that's reasonable. I mean, now you can either wait for the leaderboard, or you could stop playing this season until next season, or you could level up another character to achieve the same. I mean, it's kind of like fun to level up new characters. So that's like how I see this, right? Like you gotta make use of your time in the game, but just hogging one character only leads to misery. I mean, I played yesterday Banisher, guys, in case you missed it. That's a brand new game. It just got released. It's super fun. I'm also planning to play more Banisher today, probably on the stream again here too on YouTube. So yeah, we're planning to play more Banisher too. And you know what? That refreshes the mind greatly to play a different game. Like it's like a little vacation from your daily grind. A little bit of misery is playing Diablo, period, at this point. No, Diablo is pretty fun to play, especially the leveling portion is super brilliant. Oh, that was an 8 million overpower, Chan. Just for a Blood Lance Corpse Explosion mix build, just yeah, another 5-6 million. Wow, our overpowers are cooking. Damn. You know what the fun part about Overpower is, and you might not know this, right? Blood Lance chains damage together on enemies. So if the Blood Lance is chaining together on enemies while you're doing millions of damage corpse explosions, what do you think happens? Yeah, exactly. Everything dies. We'll level my Necro level to 21 and then Mage Time. Yeah, the glyphs to 21 is, for example, something that makes super sense, because if you have all the glyphs to 21, then you can do all the builds. I mean, that's essentially what I'm doing on this Necro right now. I'm trying to get all the glyphs to 21, that when the leaderboard comes, I can say, I want to play this, there, and then. Are you running Barrier Generation on anything? Curious if that's why HP dips while Barrier's on. My HP doesn't dip while Barrier's on? I mean, sometimes I just take damage, or so many, like my armor's only 10,000. So sometimes people will hit me so hard that my HP and barrier drops, but my barrier instantly goes back up again. So it's kind of like... That's essentially what's happening. So, yeah, we're just like going up and down. Okay, what do I need? I need overpower damage, critical strike. Okay, critical strike chance, attack speed was good. That's not bad. That's bad. Critical. Wow, look, capacity, damage, shadow damage over time, damage reduction, horrible. Fortified generation, absolutely useless. I hate you. I kind of find my heart to delete old characters, dude. I had to trash so many. Do you get the crit chance bonus even if you're with a Litless Wall, even if your Bone Storm isn't active? As long as there's a Bone Storm on the map. So this is why Litless Wall is broken, guys. As long as there's a Bone Storm on the map, yes, you get the damage reduction and the critical strike chance. You can easily check that by opening your status sheet and you just see the 20% bonus as you're just zooming around. Okay. Does Mariner's Refuge have a boss? I hope they load out soon. I want Paragon saves and I want skill trees saves. That's the two things I want for sure. By the way, YouTube, don't forget to press that like button on the stream. Thank you very much. Helps with the algorithm. Also appreciate seeing another 300 people on the YouTube. I mean, soon, guys, I don't want to say it, but soon we're going to have more YouTube viewers than Twitch viewers if you continue like this. Sorry, Twitch. YouTube is going to get all my love then. I'm like having to start ignoring the Twitch chat from then on. Know how it is? Not making the rules. So I just want to see how a tier 100 boss goes because technically we have infinite resource. So this is very important for this build. We do have infinite resource due to running the Ring of Exposed Flash. So we're actually not running anything to consume blood orbs to restore essence, right? We're just working with lucky hit chance. We could run blood orbs for essence production, but I felt like that's a little bit unnecessary. Because why would I run blood orbs for essence production when my actually essence production is like not tied to making corpses, right? And when my corpse consumption doesn't actually make blood orbs, because that's the thing, I'm not making any blood orbs by eating corpses. My blood orbs are being made by corpse tendrils, and my blood orbs are being made by some weird lucky hit chance multipliers. So I'm actually not even maxing out on blood orbs, right? I'm just doing the do here. And that actually works surprisingly well. I mean, as you can see, there's the Seaborn Goddess, and like this is like one thing that actually has a lot of HP, right? And we're just pump like a few blood lances into it, but our essence like kind of doesn't dip down. Yara beat the game yesterday, 6 hours in, Jay. I would say like 20% through, 25% through. But we needed, you know how it is, new patch, Jay. I needed to check out things, sadly. I need to try out getting some things min-maxed here. Need to try out if there's actually Uber Uniques dropping. I mean, I really hope we get an Uber Unique from a vault today, Chad. But we also need to test if we can actually kill tier 100 bosses. Oh, now I can actually test if everything is breaking. Wait a second, Chad. So right now I changed a lot of my recording settings. So the question is, if I now press the recording button, does everything actually break? Well, that's going to be intriguing. Because right now we're... Oh, ow, oops. Is this going to break everything? I'm trying to break everything in 1, 2, 3. Are we dead, Chad? Seem to be good. Yeah. Okay, perfect. I fixed it. There was a problem the past days with some of my encoders encoding. I mean, right now we're streaming to TikTok, we're streaming to YouTube, we're streaming to Twitch, we're essentially putting the signal, and we're recording at the same time. So we're kind of like putting the signal out everywhere. Oh, that's the boss. I forget that we're already at the boss stage. So here we're just throwing Blood Lance into her. Our Blood Lance are hitting for millions. We're not running out of essence. Our corpse explosions are corpse explosioning. We're going for this in between. Our actual blood surge, our thingy went out. Our bone storm because we stood too close to her. And here, give me my bone storm back. We can make another bone storm for the critical strike chance, you know. There we go. This is what we're talking about. Now we can just stand still. One thing I noticed is like a lack of corpse production right now. Well, we're doing the damage, but it's an attack speed issue. That's for sure. Yeah, this is an attack speed issue I don't like to see. I mean, it's the expected attack speed issue due to not being able to run the attack speed aspect. It's a bit of a bummer. When she dies, or we're essentially having the attack speed issue. It's a bummer. I mean, this is partially going to get solved by getting gloves. Partially going to get solved by getting gloves with attack speed. I would need another aspect that I don't have. I need one more aspect slot. So I would have to drop the Littlest Wall for attack speed to... I don't want to do that. I do not want to do that. That would be the only way how to fix this. Because right now we have the focus. A very good focus, actually. For critical strike chance, lucky hit chance, mana cost reduction, cooldown reduction. Like it's the perfect focus. It doesn't actually get better at this point. Let's try one of these out for attack speed. Where's my blood build? This is blood skills, overpower, give me attack speed. How many uniques per hour in vaults? Right now, we are just down 5 vaults. 4 vaults? We're 4 vaults down. So we're still going. I'll tell you when we get one. We haven't even, this stream isn't even online for an hour yet. Okay. So let's try this one out. We're going to take my Littlest Wall, or we're going to leave the Littlest Wall out for now. Activate another one of these. That feels... Does mana cost reduction even work? Don't you need essence cost reduction? Mana cost reduction should translate over, Herb Tim. It just keeps saying mana cost reduction, but it should actually work. So yeah, we have a better attack speed now, which is very important for this build. See, like now when you're spamming blood orbs, it's just happening. Like, see, this is the beauty about Blood Lance when you're just going all out. It just happens so fast in a row, and you're essentially just like pumping out these lances like there's no tomorrow. So that's like beautiful, and oh god, it works just so well. The problem is just again that you're kind of missing out on ow, you're kind of missing out on barium, and that's why you die. Oh, we shouldn't have died against Timothy Two Shoes there. Just an annoying individual. When they all get pulled together and they die, so that's that. Oops. Ow. Yeah, we're getting back to the point where you know, you kind of want to have your Bone Storm happening because it does provide you with a... oh, my equipment is fully broken. Oops. Is Vault the best way to get Uber Uniques outside of Durium? See, like, we're coming back to the point where without the Littlest Wall... Ow. But that's not like, you know, hold us back for right now. We're gonna have to do this right now without the. If you took attack speed on gloves, well, so the attack speed on gloves would be working, but only to a degree. Why only to a degree? And I can show you that in a second. So right now this aspect provides bonus attack speed 50%, and you could get 15% on your glove. 15, which is better than nothing. And yes, that's why I would like to have attack speed on my gloves. I don't have attack speed on my gloves though. Like, I simply don't. I mean, I barely have lucky hit chance on these. Okay. I hate how Necro becomes glass cannon without Lidless. He doesn't if you play him the right way. I mean, I have a couple of builds that completely work without Lidless. But you need to compensate with other means, like a lot of damage reduction on items. I mean, for example, right now, if you look at my gear, we're playing the Mutilator Plate. It doesn't have any damage reduction. We're playing the Blood Moon Breeches, which only have 1 damage reduction stat. And that's bad. Because technically at this point, like, your pants should have 2, if not 3 damage reduction stats, okay? So it might simply be better to actually say goodbye to the Blood Moon Breeches for survivability options, you know? Same kind of goes for, I mean, the Mutilator Plate needs to stay, so there's no option to actually replace that one. Where's my tiny robot? I mean, seriously, where's my Seneschal companion right now? Because I'm sitting here right now and I'm waiting for him to actually restore my essence. Did I miss something? That's what he's here for, you know, to restore my essence and make things. Where is he? Am I just blind? Is he stuck somewhere? There he is. I finally see him. Damn, he's finally reproducing essence again. Jesus, what were we doing the whole time? Like, even if we're fighting all of these together, it would be still better to have multiple Bone Storms, because multiple Bone Storms, multiple bury him. But it's not like necessarily that Necro is squishy without Bone Storm. It's just like that you can't play Careless anymore, and that's kind of like a stinker. Yeah, Gloves attack speed is mandatory for this build to not feel slow. It's just like how much faster. I mean, like you notice how much faster this suddenly feels, right? Especially in a boss fight. Like against normal minions, you don't even struggle. So that's like the thing. Against normal minions, we don't even need the bonus attack speed. It's merely that when you're boss fighting, when you're against Duriel, when you're like whoever you're against, when you're against Mommy Lilith or whatever, then you will want to have that bonus attack speed straight out of the house, like unquestionable. Because it's just too good to have. And also the bonus lucky hit chance doesn't hurt. Try Duriel, there's no better drop chance. I mean, did they even hire the Duriel drop chance? I thought they only hired the Overworld drop chance. Or did I read that wrong? I mean, Duriel, you cannot measure the drop chance anyways, because Duriel is merely... I mean, you can have 100 tries on Duriel and you get 1. I mean, like so in Season 2, for example, it took me 100 Duriels to get 1 Uber Unique. Other people had in 20 Duriels already 3 Uber Uniques. So it's hard to kind of like estimate an average there, because what kind of average do you want to estimate? Ja, bitte, Schatz? Ja. Auf meinem Handy habe ich dir nicht gesagt, du sollst heute ein bisschen mehr malen und so. Ach, du hast schon gemalt. Wie viel denn? 2? Wirklich? Ein ganzes Bild, okay. Was hast du mit dem zweiten gemacht? Das hast du toll gemacht. Komm mal her. Wenn ich dir das jetzt mit Mama und sagst, ich soll dir einmal die einmal Nase. Okay? Okay? Okay, I got an Uber. No, this is just Banished Lord's talisman, Chad. Just Banished Lords. Daughter has fever. That's why she's home. No, we're not keeping them from kindergarten, Chad. Okay, Desecration Glyph needs to be leveled because I want to do a build with that too. Don't I know it? Did 10 runs and my friend got back-to-back Uber drops Shake with Spear of Lakanda? Yep. So this is just the Banished Lord's talisman, guys. Just. And it's also a bad roll of it. So, yikes. What I would need is a helmet with Barrier Generation right now. Barrier Generation. Lucky hit while Barrier. That would be good. I have to say, like, this thing feels good, but we just need better gloves. But with the amount of things that roll on gloves, it's like literally impossible to get the ones I'm looking for. I mean, we want lucky hit chance, we want crit chance, we want attack speed, and preferable Blood Lance on it. That will never happen. But coming back to the point why we're taking so much damage. If you're now looking at my equipment, okay? We don't have much damage reduction-wise going on. We have Mutilator Plate has not a single damage reduction, okay? Not a single, Chad. Not a single. Nothing. Okay? Whereas the helmet obviously doesn't have anything. The pants have one single one, 12%. The boots have 14%, and that's it. I mean, I am literally missing out in this build here right now on another 2 damage reduction stats. At least my amulet has something. Damage reduction while fortified, right? But that's it. Like, I'm missing out on another, like, 30% damage reduction. Something in that regard. Which definitely makes me squishier. But I have to say, I guess I would keep the focus. By the way, this focus is actually still lacking a socket. Chat recently made me aware of this. I recorded a whole YouTube video with an item actually missing something socketed in. I'm kind of like, ah, yeah, Pony, you're an idiot. You're a fucking idiot. You stupid doofus copter. So yeah, I would probably keep it for boss fighting, you know? Well, we can do a boss fight with that. It was like Shifter Runes. Does Shifter Runes have a boss? Shifter Runes has a boss, right? So we could go to the Shifter Runes quickly instead of a vault. I mean, it's still tier 100, you know, better drop chances and so on, yada, yada, yada. Can you find the Skillung in the nets, Daniel? No, you cannot find the Skillung in the nets. And the reason for this is that this is completely new. So we just made this build this morning. It's a mix of the blood. So this is essentially my existing Blood Lance build that is already on YouTube, paired together with the also existing Ultimate Corpse Explosion build. So we kind of tried to shore up the weaknesses that Blood Lance has, aka the actual like area clear that it was always struggling with. Because like, how did you usually clear a lot of monsters? Well, you just did so much damage to them with Blood Lances that they would all eventually die. Well, now we kind of solved this problem by just shooting into things, creating corpses, and then having our like absolutely obnoxious corpse explosion that does like truly a lot of damage. Just like really overwhelm them with millions of damage. And the best part is that these corpse explosions obviously hit the whole screen, right? Because of the Black River. And that together kind of leads to a surprisingly nice build that makes sure that you're not having this struggle going on anymore of needing to clear big rooms full of minions. It was kind of like a nice little change of, you know, change of build. And just shows how much more is still possible. We make a viable minion build. Already did multiple viable minion builds. We have a whole men down viable minion build. We have a non-men down viable minion build. We have a pure summoner. So you do have multiple viable minion builds for me. Despite minions being still the weakest link in the Necromancer variety. Oh wow, almost got booped there. There, we kind of fixed the one problem that Blood Lance had by mixing like 2 concepts together, which is really fun. I mean, the only downside of this build is like you need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 uniques. I mean, you don't need these 5-6 uniques, right? This is just like, this is how the pinnacle version of this build would look like. Damn. No, you don't need this, but it also doesn't hurt to have, kind of like, you know? The amount of blood orbs we're getting makes me really happy. I just entered World Tier 4 and I'm super weak. What should I do? Do strongholds, because strongholds scale with your level and not with a world tier level. If you're a necromancer, also make sure to instantly sacrifice your skeletons for bonus elemental resistance, because if you do that, if you get the bonus elemental resistance, you're instantly going to be able to beat opponents easier, vastly easier. Well, you're instantly going to be like surviving more just without dying. So yeah, that's what you want to do. Okay, now that we're at the boss, I'm going to swap the weapons. As you can see, Littlest Wall goes out, right? The Veyra comes in for my bonus shebang. Curse him, activate Bone Storm still, and then we're just essentially spamming away with the bonus attack speed, right? Definitely more efficient than from an attack speed standpoint than the thing. Oh, ow. But you could die to like very low armor values. So you could die to, oh, let me kill this one so we can go down for what happened there. All right, wait, oh god, I activated a curse thingy. We have like very low armor values that, because of like here, we only have 7,000 armor like this. It's actually really low. That's actually really low during a boss fight, having only 7,000 armor. That's sad. Do we only have 7,000 armor? Well, because the Littlest Wall does actually provide armor as well, and that armor gets multiplied by everything. I mean, it's funny, by the way, we can just stand there, but yeah, only 7,000 armor is, it's actually pretty weak. It's genuinely weak. I mean, like, considering that I'm have like instantly right up to 10,000 armor like this, it's like 3,000 armor more. Yikes. Okay. I mean, that brings up another problem of the pens. Jesus. Holy Christ. Now you're forcing me to reconsider life and do some things. I don't want to do that. I want to reconsider my choices. I'm very happy with my choices there. Well, the sad part is how we're just doing more damage right now with the permanent Bone Storm up, because we're essentially having the permanent Bone Storm up. This is like something very important, because if the Bone Storm is up, you have more critical strike chance, right? And then you're just regularly doing more damage, and then you're just hurting your opponent, and then you can, like, you're also having more lucky hit chance, because if you have more lucky hit chance, we're actually doing more damage in general. Because with more lucky hit chance on the Bone Storms as well, you're getting just more resource back regularly. All that's kind of up. You're an Iron Bar Potion. Yeah, can't do snapshot armor. First and foremost, snapshotting is cheating. Sorry, I'm not even gonna bend on that. If you're using snapshotting to do something, you're stupid. I said it. I'm not taking it back. And if you're actively promoting snapshotting as a creator, like, you're stupid too. I know snapshotting is in the game. Only because something is in the game doesn't mean you have to participate in it. You know? Like, only because there's a bank, you don't have to rob it. Only because there's a girl in a skirt running past, you don't also have to, like, catcall her. You can actually let the girl walk past. You can have the bank be unrobbed. And yes, you also don't need to snapshot. It's actually quite simple, right? Only because it's in the game. Doesn't mean you have to abuse it. I know there's differing opinions, and you're absolutely allowed to have a different opinion on that. Like, there's no hurt feelings. But yeah, sorry. And yes, as a creator, you should not openly promote this, because it makes you part of the problem and not some kind of hero of the community. I've always had like rather our stances on stuff like that. And yes, if you couldn't beat the tier 25 of the Diablo 12-0 without snapshotting, guess what? Then I guess you shouldn't have beaten the tier 25 of the Diablo 12-0. Crazy, right? Who would have thought? If you want some gloss attack speed, lucky hit chance, and blight ranks to reroll, which I know you hate, but a pair you can have for signs, Mordok. Mordok, I do appreciate you offering up your pair of gloves, but you know I don't take things from the community like that. I do very bad with taking things like that, even though they're freely offered, and I do appreciate it. I guess I just like to make things more complicated for myself. You know? What's the armor cap? The armor cap for a tier 100 dungeon is 13.5k. So you want to be at 13.5k. This was found out due to experiments and everything. There's actually no information in the game about this. The information in the game that you're getting is that as soon as you hover over it, it says enemies of equal level, bibbidi bobbidi bobbidi, right? That's what it says. That enemies of equal level will then do like 85% less damage to you. So there's no actual information in the game. Some people really hand tested this like very lengthily. Thank you very much, internet. That's, you know, for doing this for us, because I really don't want to do it myself. But yeah, it's 13.5k. It was like 16 or 15.5 for Diablo 12-0. And that would be for the 85% damage reduction, okay? Keep in mind, that's just the mere physical damage reduction. Then you obviously have to have your resistances up, and even though you have the physical damage reduction and your resistances up, you still have to have your actual damage reductions up to not die to very high level mobs. So there's some fuckery on high level happening, because like even if you have like another 80% damage reduction, even if you have the maximum amount of armor, even if you have the resistances maxed out, there's still situations where you get one hit and you're kind of like, but sir and ma'am, I have everything to perfection. There should never be a scenario where I get one hit in any reasonable way. And well, that bellies the question a little bit. Could I have a combat lock to kind of see what happened? Because I'll be honest with you, at this point, I don't trust Blizzard even like the slightest. I mean, if they say an ability gives you 20% bonus damage, I'll test it. You know? So they're like, yeah, this ability gives you 20% bonus damage multiplier. And you're like, yeah, I'll test this. Thank you very much. It's not that I don't trust you, but I literally don't trust you. And the same kind of goes with all the damage reduction calculations at this point, because you're kind of like, well, I have all the damage reduction and I'm still not damage reducing enough. How can that be? Yeah, and that kind of throws up all these questions. Ja, warum? Die kann auch sonst sich hier unten hinsetzen einfach. Okay, ja, sonst soll sie runterkommen. Ja, ja. Mhm. Ja. Übertreib nicht. Und sonst runter noch hier. Okay, so... Sorry, that was me talking demonic with my wife. Hi, demonic. AKA German. Okay, this is the Blood Lance build, chat. Oh, another second unique, but not an uber unique. I'm kind of sad. I'm gonna play Last Epoch. I will probably dabble with Last Epoch. Dabble. So I'm a content creator, guys. I make content. Last Epoch is going to be hot and new. A lot of people like Necromancer. A lot of people enjoy my opinion on things. So will I try out the Necromancer in Last Epoch? Yes, I will. Will I spend 500 hours with the game? I don't know. I mean, let's be real. What can you do in Diablo right now? Nothing. Exactly. No. So I leveled up my Sork. I leveled up my Necro. I have done almost every single Necro build in existence, which is 10 different plus ones. There's a little bit more that I want to do, but I'll be soon kind of done. Like, I've been running out on content unless or until finally we're getting the abattoirs here, the gauntlet. But the problem is that the gauntlet keeps getting delayed. So at this point, we don't actually know when the gauntlet comes. Plus, here's an interesting thing, guys. We don't only not know when the gauntlet comes, there's a mid-season update coming. Where's the mid-season update? How many days are we in? Someone like, we're 23rd was the release. We're almost 1 month in, right? So we are soon to actually get the mid-season update. You know, they promised us that every single season is going to be like here. This is like pulling out the notepad, chat. We're pulling out the notepad. Very important. So every single season is going to be, it's going to have release, right? Then we're going to have, patches and hotfixes. Then we will also have the mid-season update. And the mid-season update is supposed to bring new vampiric powers back to the game. So just like malignant rings, right? And we're also waiting for the leaderboard right now. So the question that I have right now, when is this happening? The patch today is nothing, Mike. The patch today is patches and hotfixes. This is not new content. This is not like, this is patches and hotfixes, right? This falls under this category. The mid-season update is supposed to be, so they always promised us, like the abattoirs, like the new malignant rings, that they would bring something back from the past season into this season to kind of give us something. So that's what's also on the menu, on top of the things that are anyways on the menu already, right? So yeah, when is that all going to happen? Because right now the gauntlet is getting pushed back further and further, and I fear to a degree that the gauntlet will happen. Oh my goodness, look at this ring. Maximum critical strike damage, maximum life. Ah, you could have been so beautiful. So yeah, what I fear to a degree is that we only will get 1 month of the gauntlet. So that the gauntlet comes in the final month, just like the abattoirs did, because the abattoirs came plenty late, right? And then we're essentially going to get the abattoirs just like for like 30 to 40 days maximum the gauntlet or something in this direction. I have a level 66 wizard. I'm not sure if I should stay anymore in world tier 3. If you hit level 60, you leave that world tier, okay? Like level 60, you leave world tier 3. Or we're going to be throwing hands, brother. Hands, okay? So we did around, so far, 8 vaults, and we haven't gotten a single uber unique. We have gotten like normal uniques, right? But not a single uber unique has dropped. Let's keep doing nightmare dungeons. We said that is going to be our plan for today. Krüger, schön, dass du da bist. Alles Gute für dich und deine Familie auch. Danke. On the website, they said 27s. No, they didn't. Ladies and gentlemen, they didn't 27s on their website. What they said on their website is, and we have the tweet. So there's Taylor Swift, by the way. Hi. So they said the 27s, right? And then I made another tweet with the set coming, and then they changed that. But this was the website, and then like literally 10 minutes later, boom. So yeah. What are we supposed to say? I'm just not sure what kind of issue the team is having. Is there like a communication issue? Did they fire the wrong people? Because this is like, they had layoffs, right? It's understandable that maybe some things are haywire. Maybe they fired their social media manager. Maybe the guy that's responsible for Q&A. Maybe there's something missing, but at some point we're lacking some communication of development team versus social media website team. There seems to be an important like key piece of the chain missing, of the communication chain, and that's leading to these weird things. I mean, even the general manager of Diablo like said then the vault is coming then, and like a day later he has to tell us that it's not coming, like, right? So like probably someone got fired in the chain of communication, and that's why this is all happening, and this is excusable to a degree if it didn't keep happening. It would be excusable if it didn't keep happening, because first they had the podcast fuck up, right? But then they also had the website fuck up afterwards. And then it's damage control from that point on, but for some reason the damage control is missing half of the damage and just does even more damage. So you're kind of like, bro, what's happening? You're gonna respond. Your title says Uber's easy. What is with that? Well, they hired the Uber drop chances in vaults and generally in the overworld, so you're able to get now Ubers easier in vaults, and we're currently testing that. So what's up with that? There was patch notes. We are now testing if the patch notes have lied to us or not. I would assume that even after 1 hour of vault farming, we're not going to see a single Uber unique. We did see multiple uniques now already, so we have gotten 3 uniques. I think we have gotten a total of 3 uniques already, which is kind of cool. Thank you very much. I don't need any of those, so kind of useless. And we are now checking if there is more to be had. I mean, the problem with the hiring of the drop chance is, and this is why they didn't tell us how much they hired the drop chance, that hiring a drop chance from nothing to less than nothing is still less than nothing. So yeah, I mean, like, what if the normal tier 100 Uber unique drop chance is 0.01%, and now they made it 0.02%? I mean, that is that's like 100% higher drop chance, right? But it's still useless. So yeah. Which brings us back to the point, where do we stand right now? What's happening? What's popping? Yeah, but like Shoddington, my account is so much blessed with unique drops and vaults. I don't know if you've missed this, chat, or not, or if you're new to this channel, but usually when I do like 1 hour or 2 hours of vaults, I have at least 10 new uniques. It's crazy. Like almost every second run, I get a unique. So we're relatively blessed on this account. I mean, like, I don't know, rigged streamer whitelist account or something. So if I can't get Uber uniques from vaults, like no one can. I'm sorry, that's the truth. Won't lie to you, Chad. If we can't get it, no one can. I will say, though, that this is already vastly more entertaining than doing Duriel. Again, like, I don't find Duriel personally entertaining at all. It's just boring. I could do this together with my friends here, and like, we could go through vaults, and I'm at least leveling my glyph XP, too, because Duriel doesn't level my glyph XP, right? So yeah, this levels my glyph XP, and I'm having fun. Whereas if I'm just spamming Duriel, I'm not having fun at all. So technically, this is already like better if there was also a chance for Uber uniques, an actual chance. Like, and this is what we have to test. I mean, we are now live on YouTube for, tell me, chat, how long are we live on YouTube right now? Roughly an hour. So this, the first hour has gone by. When we get 2 glyphs to level 21. So again, don't forget this, like, right? We're getting our glyphs to 21 as well. I mean, we just finished the 21 on Territorial. We're now also going for 21 on Desecration Amplify, and then we make the rest of the things 21 too. I think your Blight CE nuke build is better. Easy. The Blight CE nuke build has one advantage of like focusing only on the CE, where this one is doing a little split of focusing on the Blood Lance and this. But it's not the question, is the Blight build better? It's like, can you play Overpower and the other stuff together? Okay. So this is not which is the best version of the build, but can you do Overpower and the new Corpse Explosion tech that we came up with? And can you do that together in one build? The answer is yes, you can. And yes, it works pretty damn well, even for boss killing. And I'm happy about this. Now, that being said, the perfect build will still be Bone Spear in this combo. There's no question. So the actual Bone Spear plus this build will be the best build in existence right now, which I will give you in a couple of days as well. But let a man create content, right? Let a man create content. Like, I know people love Blood Lance, and this is a real option. This might be the perfect Blood Lance build, right? So yeah, you want to give people just more options to play with, more fun to be had. Save the best to the last. Yeah, I mean, like, this is at least not just another Bone Spear build. I tried the Bone Spear build already, guys, if you want to know. I tried the Bone Spear build, full Corpse Explosion build. You're doing millions of Corpse Explosions still, so 3, 4, 5, 10 million. But on top, you have, like, Bone Spears, which are also doing millions of damage. So I've already tried the build, secretly, without showing you. It's nasty. It's like everything you could ever want. It's like, yeah, it's illegal. It's literally illegal. And it was so easy to build. It's actually stupid. And it's yeah. I mean, like, yeah, not okay. it's just not okay. It's that good. I'm in a normal vault. Well, you know what? That would at least make sense because everything is dying like so quick. Did I enter the wrong vault? Yeah, I'm entering the wrong vault. Yeah, I'm like... Right, okay, see my builds. You can check my videos. They have all links in the description. And they're like, yeah, all pretty nicely ordered and yeah. Okay, so they're already done. Dichter, Temperatur steigt so schnell. Okay, so they actually like finally, Chad, after my heating in the house being broken the last 2 months or not working efficiently, they sent out a technician and he actually found even more errors. That's on the one hand good because finally something is being done, but it would have been greater if that would have been happening like 2 months ago. At least they finally sent someone. Get any Ubers from Nightmare Vaults? Not yet, but we're working on it. So hold on tight, guys. I gave myself today, like, I want to farm this for 3 hours. So we're literally just, we're not looking anywhere else, guys. We're just pumping dungeons for 3 hours now. Like there's no tomorrow while testing this new build. I mean, we might do a boss or so in between and kill like 1-2 Vartians to not go completely crazy, right? But we're like, my plan is to really test this. I mean, if I'm not getting an Uber Unique in 3 hours, that's sad. I'll say it. Especially after it was like so grandiose that the chances are higher. I mean, if like, you know, if then unobtainable is still unobtainable, then sorry. That's not fun. And at least tell us the real drop chances. And this is why I never know why they don't tell us. I mean, you have the numbers, Mason. You have the numbers. You could just tell us the numbers, but you choose to not tell us. And that usually tells me, if they choose to obscure the number, that the number's abysmal low, right? Why else wouldn't they tell us? I mean, if the number was reasonable, correct? If there was a reasonable chance, they would tell us. We're like, hey, you know, the actual chance is like 3%. Wow. Like, yeah, you know what? 3% sounds pretty good. I can live with that. I was like, yeah, 3%? That sounds, listen, pretty damn cool. But the actual drop chance like then 0.032%. And they're like, we hired it from 0.032% to 0.034%. Yeah, crazy, I know. What the fuck? You know the Uber drop chance is low, no need to test it. Well, they just hired it, so you have to test it. I mean, due diligence. I mean, I could just now shit on Blizzard for no reason, but I could also just simply test it, and then I can still complain, right? But complaining without any testing is just you being a whiner. It's also about the game feel, you know? So this is very important. It's about the game feel. Because if they make a patch notes for the average player and they tell the average player in the patch notes that the chance is higher, what does the average player do? Well, he's obviously going in the overworld to then and hope to get one. Then after hours and hours and hours of being in the overworld and doing vaults, you notice, well, I get lied to. They lied to me. And you know what? That feels terrible. I mean, for me as the creator, I'm like, I'm spending anyways time with the game. So like, I'll test it, right? But you can't write it in the patch notes and then make the chance like abysmal low, and then people will just be sad. Do you do another store build tonight? No, $1 store necro build is enough. I don't need $2 store necro builds. Also, have you tried the Bombardier necro? Well, I have two versions of the Bombardier necro, or the nuclear necro, how I like to call it. And I have my very own bone spear nuclear necro too. So no, I haven't played the actual other Bombardier necro version from Operator Otter, who did a cute one though. I prefer making my own ones. Luckily, I have creators like you and my own creativeness to play the game without Ubers. I mean, Ubers are useless. Ubers don't bring any fun. You see any single Uber here? No, and I will never promote builds with Ubers. Don't get me wrong, chat. Like the whole Uber topic is just intriguing for me. I will never make builds that require any Ubers from you, because that's the shittiest thing I could do. I was like, hey, sir, like, if you want to play this build, you only have to have Grandfather, Shaco, Ring of Starless Skies, and then you're actually not having any essence problematic anymore. That's also what I found really disingenuous, right? So I'm checking this build out from a fellow necro creator. I'm like, wow, this build looks really cool. And he's like, yeah, I fixed the essence problematic. You only need the Ring of Starless Skies. And I'm like, yeah, how about fuck you? You fixed nothing. You found an Uber unique that helps you to not have like any essence problems. Congratulations. That's not a fix. That's like unobtainable. It's like if you at least come up with something like, you know, I found this aspect combination that helps this build tremendously and you can get it from the Codex of Powers. Great. Thank you. But not like, here, I found an Uber unique that reduces my essence cost. Yeah, everything is better now. Surprise! Who would have thought? You want a medal? Yeah, let's just, sorry. Not even your barbs? I don't have barbs. And I will never have barbs. It's a class that doesn't excite me. Not even for content creation. It's one of the things I would literally do just for clicks, and I don't do things just for clicks because it bores me. If something bores me that much, it's just destined to make me burn out. If I burn out, that's not good. All these items are tremendously useless. I mean, like now we did like 1 hour vaults, and what do you think? We found one item. That's not true, chat. I'm sorry. I'm lying to you for personal gain. We found one single item. So 1 hour of dungeon pushing right now gave me one single item. I mean, it could be better. Or are you using Inspiring Leader instead of Death Embrace on the Necro? Because Death Embrace, damage reduction, you don't need. Inspiring Leader gives you attack speed so you can do more blood surges. And that's usually better. For blood surges per second is more damage per second. Which is also like an interesting point. Thank you for mentioning this. If I could put 3 points in Inspiring Leader for this point, the build, that would be insane. Fuck. I don't have the points. I literally do not have the points. I need these points out of transfusion. Okay, suck a transfusion. There you go. Thank you very much, sir. You brought up a good point. Thank you for getting me. Unless you turn videos up when they mention Ubers. I just don't understand how you can like a lot of creators, and this is not me bashing other creators, but a lot of creators have simply forgotten the casual gamer. They have forgotten what it means to be a casual, and it's very easy and happens way too fast. It's the same problem with pro players. So pro players of any game, they don't understand the struggle of casuals because they are so far away from the struggles of casuals, right? So the mere thought of like not just simply having all Uber uniques, that just doesn't appeal to them. They're like, here, this build is great, and like you just need, like, you know, if you have like Doombringer and Grandfather, and then you can do like, you can two-shot Uber Lilith, and you're like, well, thank you. But it's just like that the standard struggles, or the imagination that someone only has like 4 hours per week to game, is just something that doesn't occur to people. This is also why a lot of creators forget making videos about simple things. You know, when the season comes out and you see creators not making videos about the seasonal mechanic because they're like, yeah, that's stupid. Why would I make a video about the seasonal mechanic? I mean, everyone understands it. No. People don't have time to understand things. People want to watch a video at work, and they come home and they do what they saw in that video, and that's okay. Because you want to maximize your gaming fun to a degree. You don't want to spend your time finding out things sometimes. And that's like when you as the creator often like kind of forget, and I've suffered this too many times. When you as the creator forget the struggles of normal gamers. Because you as the creator are not a normal gamer. It's like you're beyond that. Like you've left that normal gamer thing behind a while. Like you view games different, you look at games different, like, right? Like your time slot is different, and like, yeah. But you always have to try to imagine, like, you know, your mom, your dad, you have a job, you work at the steel mill, you have 12 children, right? You have a house that you need to take care of on the side, right? Responsibilities. Like your mom is ill and you take care of her every now and then you're still trying to game. And you're still trying to have gaming as a retreat from all the struggles and all the things. And then you find a video where he tells you to find like 5 Uber uniques, and then your build is good, and you're like, well, okay. Yeah, let me not do that. Red2, thank you for the 58 months of Sword Fleet model. Thanks for the 38 centuries. Cheerio to both of you. Red2, we're closing in for the 16. So yeah, and that's how builds with like 4 Ubers suddenly happen. And you're kind of like, yeah, this is useless information for me. But there's this and that, right? So there's also people that just want to see what's pinnacle possible, right? There's just people there that want to see, like, if you have a person who dedicates their whole life to a game and who really, like, gets all the cool things together, what is possible? How many trillions of damage can a barbarian do? You know? I mean, if you want to see what's possible, if your life is Diablo 4, you turn on Rob2628 videos and he'll show you. He'll for sure show you the absolute crazy barbarian build that's having everything max rolled. That has like every item at the absolute maximum possible, and you can see what is end of the day possible. And that's interesting as well. Not for everyone, mind me, right? Because not everyone is exactly looking for that kind of experience. By the way, yes, I'm standing just still here. I'm just holding my button down, and my corpse explosions are happening automatically. And yes, they are hitting the whole room. while my corpse terminals are making blood orbs, and while I'm just, yeah. So that's the build, chat. Also, thank you very much, chat, for the inspiring leader question. That helped. You do the one-hit corpse explosion. The one-hit corpse explosion is my proudest creation this season. But we're gonna one-up that with one more build. For the perfection. He got his Ball of Lightning Stork up to the point of farming 10,000 Baron Cinders during Hell Tides. Yep. I saw that. That was interesting. But again, useless for the average person. It's again intriguing though that you can buck the game to keep your cinders. Which makes me question, why can't we keep our cinders, chat? Answer this to me. Why can't we keep our cinders? Why do I have to? So by the way, if you missed this, chat, if a Hell Tide is happening, listen, chat. If a Hell Tide is happening, 1 minute before the Hell Tide ends, you can log out, and when the next Hell Tide starts, log in again, and you actually keep your cinders. It's a little bit stupid that you have to do this, but you could keep your cinders like that. Again, one of these bug abuses. But yeah, I don't understand why we can't just keep our cinders, because like sometimes, like for example, I want to farm Helltide sometimes, right? But I don't want to care about getting chests. Like I want to just mindlessly farm Helltide, and I'm happy with this. Just run around, kill things, and be like, you know, an absolutely mindless killing machine for an hour or so. You know what? Chat, think about this for a second. What if we sacrifice the boots? Okay? Sacrifice the boots. For boots with essence cost reduction. Movement speed, essence cost reduction, and all stats and intelligence, something in that direction. So right now we have the flicker stat, but we don't need the flicker stat. It's damage reduction and all stats, right? But if I now go for movement speed and also essence cost reduction, so we essentially just have our blood lance cost even less, and we can do more blood lances. It could be like a final tweak to make the build better, I think. I'm not sure how much I could, like, what else I could do to really improve on the build right now. In Paragon, like, we have the Inspiring Leader now for the bonus attack speed. We can get bonus attack speed on the gloves, so that would be S tier. We're not getting this. Our Paragon board is as good as it gets at this point. We can't really do much more for the Paragon board. Yeah, as good as it gets. It looks a bit convoluted, by the way, but it's not. Trust me. Oh, well, we actually missed out on the critical strike damage. You know what? That's interesting. We can actually drop all of this because we kind of missed out on that one. Who would have guessed? That's even more critical strike damage. Cool. Cool. You can get tendril ranks on boots. Yeah, but tendril ranks on boots is just a cooldown reduction, and that cooldown reduction doesn't really do much for us. So, but like, as you notice, maybe or maybe not, I'm not actually using my tendrils. They just happen. Leveling is the best part of this game. Leveling is and stays the best part of this game. And if you hate leveling in Diablo and spend your time in Domheim tunnels, you're literally missing out on why the game is fun. Yes. I mean, this is what I said about content creators, right? So you see all these leveling guides at the start of the season, and every single leveling guide at the start of the season from most of the popular creators will tell you to just go Domheim tunnels and farm that, because it's the fastest method to 100. But it's also the dumbest thing you could actually do, right? Sorry, no offense, guys, if you level with the Domheim tunnels because you push for 100, but only because a creator is pushing fast to 100. The only reason a creator is pushing fast to 100 is to have a 100 character so they can test everything, so they can make videos, right? That's the reason why a creator pushes to 100. Why ever a normal gaming person that's trying to have fun pushes fast to 100, I don't understand anyways. You know, especially when you're just hogging Domheim tunnels. So like, yeah. And then you have essentially creators recommending you to spam Domheim tunnels, right? Because it's the most efficient way. And you kind of rush to 100 with this, and then you're 100 and you kind of hate the game because, well, you did that. Surprise. Sorkin, greetings. 35 vaults yesterday, no Ubers. Yep, we are kind of like, I don't know, we're like over 10 vaults in. I'd say like estimate around 15 vaults in right now. No Uber, a couple of uniques, so that's good. Yeah, and then creators complain there's nothing to do. But anyways. Has anyone found Uber vaults at all? You mean Ubers in vaults or Uber vaults? There are no Uber vaults. You mean Ubers in vaults? I mean, I don't know if anyone has found Ubers in vaults yet. Since the update, that's the big question. I do not believe the time is long enough for testing. I mean, I've gotten a lot of Duriel uniques and vaults, so that's good, right? So actual like uniques from Duriel, I've gotten plenty. Is Summoner still a viable option? Yes, Summoner is still a viable option, especially for leveling. It will fall off at World Tier 4 to a degree, but I'd say until level 80, you can really play a summoner without ever feeling weak. That's very important. We made a whole video series on this, so you can check our live streams. We essentially leveled the summoner from 1 to 100. Yep. Even the weakest spec guys, 1 to 100, you can find a complete live stream where everything is run down with build guides and everything attached. Why? Because I just like playing summoner. You know how much fun playing summoner is? Do you know how much fun playing summoner is? Do you think it would be a good idea to do it like D2 where you could transform magic item into unique or set item? I would like. So my imagination of a unique crafting system. And now keep in mind, chat, I don't think uber uniques need to be rare because again, like uber uniques haven't been uber since you can get them from Duriel so easy. And with so easy, I mean, it's only a time question. It's literally not a skill question anymore, right? It's like just like, do I no life this or not? But I would personally prefer if uber uniques only drop in tier 100 dungeons because, like, let's be real. Like, if you talk about it should be hard to get them. I mean, uber Duriel, you can 4-man farm like my 4-year-old child can farm uber Duriel for me, right? But my 4-year-old child won't be able to do a tier 100 dungeon. That being said, I could give her a build for that. But yeah, most people struggle more with tier 100 dungeons than they will ever struggle with Duriel. So, like, why doesn't the hardest content have the best loot? That's beyond the point, though. People will never accept that anyways. But yeah, like, where was I? Uber unique, Duriel's complaining about things, drop rates. I kind of lost what I was talking about. Blame my ADHD. I literally don't know what we're talking about, chat. You need to reel me back in right now, chat. You need to reel me back in. My brain is empty. Where did I stop in my rant? Point, Lilith is useless to farm. Well, Lilith has always been useless to farm and will never be useful. It's like exclude 99% of the player base. I mean, right now, Uber Uniques anyways, including that. Crafting system. Okay, we're coming back to the crafting system. Good. So the actual thing I was hoping for a crafting system is that normal Uniques could be transformed into Uber Uniques. Okay. So like that when I sacrifice 50 normal Uniques, chat, 50 or 100, that I could craft an Uber Unique. And I don't see why you wouldn't be able to do this because you still have to get the 50 uniques, okay? And that takes time, and then you can get an Uber unique. That would also make the Duriel farm more fun because now you could at least do the Duriel farm, but you would know that after 50 Duriels, you actually have enough uniques together for one Uber unique. So like, yeah. One Uber of your choice, make it random. Regan, I don't care if you make it random, but I feel like there should be crafting options for this. There should also be crafting options in general for normal uniques. But here comes the kicker, guys. Okay, so there should be crafting options for normal uniques, but there's a big interesting caveat to that. You know that Uber uniques always drop max rolled, right? So Uber uniques are always, when you have them, they have like the 5,000 out of 5,000 life. They have the 10,000 out of 10,000 damage. They have, like, right? They're always the best version possible. That's an Uber unique for you. But normal uniques are not like that, correct? So normal uniques can roll as an 850, 925. They can have 1 second, 10 seconds, or 8 seconds. So what I would hope for is that I go to this vendor. I now transmute 50 of my normal uniques into resplendent sparks or whatever kind of sparks, or 20 of them. And then I could buy myself a Litless Wall. But here comes the interesting part. The Litless Wall could be an 830 Litless Wall with a 5% chance. It could also be a Litless Wall that is, right, like a 25% chance. The same goes for Black River. Black River is shit with 122%. It's actually not, but you know what I mean. So you could roll a Black River now for 20. But it would be maybe a low roll Black River. Or, hear me out, if you buy a normal unique from the store, it's always going to be low roll. Okay? Let's assume if I disenchant 10 uniques and I buy a unique from here, not an Uber unique, a normal unique, it's always going to be a low rolled unique. But at least you would have it, right? I mean, the Black River, the Litless Wall in low rolled, in the lowest low roll possible, is still better than not having it. The Ring of Sacrilegious Souls, for example, in a low roll is kind of ass. I would never want that. I would farm this. But there's some key piece uniques that no matter how shit you find them, are still going to be good for your build. And it seems still silly to me to make it completely impossible for some people to get respective stuff. I mean, I know people that did 50 Zeers and they still don't have a Litless Wall. That's just not fun, because the Litless Wall is kind of mandatory to a degree to enjoy tier 100 dungeons at some point as a Necro, due to the Necro lacking in defense, right? So, I mean, talking about flawed classes anyways, since the Necro is a flawed class that's lacking everything, you kind of rely on the Litless Wall. If you make that, the game will lose interest because there's nothing to make you keep playing. That's wrong. That's wrong, Christian. I mean, there is already nothing that makes you keep playing. Okay, so you're complaining about an interesting system that will introduce more fun to the players. Now you're saying that will not keep players playing. There's already no reason to play this game. Right? So, and people still play. So right now you have no reason and people still play. Then you would give people a reason to actually craft the uniques they want, and they would also play. Okay, very important. But again, this is you saying there's no reason to keep playing, but you know why you're wrong? Because you're not thinking for the casual player. Okay? So we're talking not about the people that have 10 hours per week to play, or even just these people. Because for the people that play the game a bit, the 90%, the 90% player base, even the 95%, this system would be great. For the 95% of the players, for everyone that actually plays this game, the system would be great. For the 5% that farm anything anyways, the system is useless and shit.
It is done.
Nitro, I'm not salty about the system. I just want more for you. I mean, for me, I can gamble this system. But I want you. I want more fun for you. I don't care for my, you know, my fun is there anyways. Which Necro build is the best right now? I think the maximum corpse explosion with Bone Spear will be the best. But we also made Howling Warren. I don't know if that has a boss. Oh no, we did we not activate just a nightmare dungeon? I think we activated a nightmare. Oh, dude. So yeah. Oh wait, isn't there a world boss coming in 18 minutes? Okay. So yeah, what did I want to say? Mr. Mac Cheese, thank you for the subscription. We were saying something about. Yeah, empty brain. Too many things. Best Necro now, yeah, but Best Necro now was the Bone Spear one, but we're currently testing Blood Lance with the maximum corpse explosion, and it's working. So if you're asking yourself, what is this? This is Blood Lance plus corpse explosion together, and it's working better than solo Blood Lance, which is a surprise because I would have assumed that solo Blood Lance works better than making a mixed build out of it. But it's actually surprisingly decent, especially since it doesn't run out of essence on bosses, which is kind of funny. So another fun build for dungeon pushing that actually works great. I'll have to kill Duriel with this too as well. At some point. Jack keeps asking about Duriel kills. Ja. Aber bitte, Schatz, was ist los? Mama noch nicht wieder da? Willst du mir zugucken? Du musst die 2 drücken. Hier, das ist die 2. Du musst die immer wieder drücken. Du schießt kleine Raketen ab. Diese kleinen Raketen. Oh nein, jetzt haben wir nichts mehr. Ah! Muss ich übernehmen. Von. Müssen wir hier durch. Das ist jetzt ein Raum voller Roboter, siehst du? Da sind Roboter fliegen. Ja, das sind Skorpione. Nicht gesehen? Guck mal, was ist das? Sieht das aus wie eine Spinne? Ah, na gut, die kleinen Dinger sehen aus wie Spinnen, da hast du recht. Und was sind das hier? Kann man durchgehen lassen. Die ganzen Zahlen, die du siehst, das ist alles der Schaden, den wir machen. Mhm. Ein Bär. Mhm. They're like, she's saying they're bears and they're, what did she say? They're bears. I'm not saying they're anything else because she's actually scared of the elves. Yeah. She's scared of the elves. They actually are. They're gonna be bears for now. Hey, chat. Also, we're never murdering anyone, chat. We're just pushing things over. Können Sie 2 auch drücken? Warte. Jetzt kannst du die 2 drücken. Warte, ich muss die 1 drücken und jetzt die 2. Du musst zwischendurch. So. 2 weit. Nein, du kannst. Lass das Ding auf der 2. Ich muss nur hier mit meiner Hand drunter, okay? Wir brauchen mehr 2. Ich hätte dir gesagt, dass du aufhören darfst, die 2 zu drücken. Und noch mehr, guck mal. More 2. 2. Boom, 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 boom. More 2. Das ist doch niemand. Auf wen schießt du? Ja. Wo, da oben? Ja, 2. Los. Mehr 2. Siren, please go to hell, sir. If you think I'm not taking care of my daughter properly, just literally go to hell. No one asked for your opinion, fellow German hater. Does my child look unhappy for you right now? Meine Arbeit ist Englisch. Ja, meine Arbeit ist Englisch. Du kannst auch schon gut Englisch, ne? Mhm. Aber du kannst schon alle Farben auf Englisch. Mhm. Und Zahlen auch schon. Turtle? Ja, das ist richtig. Aber weißt du das? Hast du selbst rausgefunden? Okay. She learned that herself, John. Genau, she learned that herself. That turtle is Schildkröte. Oh, that turtle's turtle. Ja, du drückst die 2. Aber jetzt müssten wir gerade alle Sachen aufheben. Siehst du, das sind alle meine neuen Sachen. Das ist ein Helm. Das ist eine Rüstung. Und Schuhe. Sagen, was Schuhe auf Englisch heißt? Schuhe ist Shoes. Hm? Braun ist braun. Und was ist Hosen? Pants. Mhm. Was würdest du sagen? Und bis 10. Das ist wieder Fieber, ne? Ja, Mama kommt gleich wieder. Bis 20. Und dann los. Sehr gut. Toll gemacht. Oh. She's fantastic. She's absolutely fantastic. Oh, thank you for the sub gift. Very appreciated. Also, congratulations to her 5 new gifters. I'm sorry I didn't actually see who gifted it away, but I absolutely do appreciate it, sirs and ma'ams. She's the real gamer behind the scenes. Ella usually likes pushing over animals in the New World. Die Tiere umschmeißen im Wald, das Fandest du am coolsten? Likes pushing over animals in the new world. That was her greatest joy. Already 2 years ago. No, 1.5 years ago. Yes, yes. Was heißt yes? Ja, was heißt nein? Very good. Willst du Tiere umschmeißen? Gibt nicht so viele Tiere zum Umschmeißen. Wir können Roboter umschmeißen, okay? So. We second chat. Let's push over some robots. Do you ever drop in a dungeon? Not yet. Not yet. Transmog looks sick. Well, it's the seasonal transmog essentially. It's really good. So we're 1 hour deep into things. Here. Yeah. Fine. So. Nochmal. Oh, where did the brazier go? Okay, the brazier just went away. So, nochmal. Die roten Balken, das sind deren Leben. So viel Leben haben die. Wenn die weg sind, so nochmal schnell. Nochmal. Sehr gut. Oh, da ist jemand umgefallen. Wir müssen ihn aufheben. So, da ist der Geist da. Ja, der ist abgehauen. Da kommt der Chef. Schnell, ganz viel 2. Ist gewonnen. Ja. Hui. Können wir jetzt noch einen Boss umschubsen? Okay, aber danach muss ich dich hochschicken wieder, okay? In Ordnung? Let's push over a boss, chat. Doch, ein Boss. Der Boss ist böse. Mhm. Ein böser Boss. Ella ist bei mir. Oh. Ja, kannst du nicht nach oben laufen, ne? This tiny human is way too smart. She says she can't go upstairs because she's sitting on my lap. Which is not untrue, but also very not true. So we haven't found a single Uber yet, Chad, in the dungeons, but we keep trying for another 2 hours. So I gave me at least 3 hours in total to find the Ubers today. Pustet dir in die Haare? Willst du auch mal was sagen? Was willst du sagen? Kannst du nicht so viel auf Englisch? Sag, my name is Ella. Oder sag einfach deine Lieblingsfarbe in Englisch. Was ist deine Lieblingsfarbe auf Deutsch? Okay, was ist das auf Englisch? Ja.
Red.
Sehr gut.
Purple.
Purple? Nochmal?
Und Purple.
Sehr gut. Gut, jetzt müssen wir den Chef besiegen. Okay, du musst 2 drücken. Warte, wenn ich dir sage. Und jetzt. Mehr 2. More energy. More footwork. More passion. More passion. More 2. More 2. Noch mehr. Mehr 2. Schneller. Schneller. Yes. Woo. Ja, siehst du, da fährt er gerade um. Es explodiert. Jetzt muss ich aber zurück zur Mama schicken, okay? Ne, den haben wir jetzt besiegt. Wir müssen jetzt weitermachen. Okay? Aber du musst auf jeden Fall was trinken. Okay, here I'm back. We can do for more vaults now. Sorry, Chad, for the short interruption. Mommy was quickly buying some groceries while Tiny Hoff was upstairs. So that why she was down here, in case you're confused. So, how strong is the Blood Surge with Corpse compared to Bone Spirit? I mean, if you're going for the Bone Spirit with Bone Spear build, that one is going to be stronger than the Blood Surge build. The advantage of the Bone Spirit build over the Blood Surge build is that you essentially have like only have to look for crits, whereas the Blood Surge build always has to look for overpower. And crits can mathematically be enhanced. So if you play a Bone Spirit, you can have a 100% lucky crit chance on a Bone Spirit. Whereas overpower is always a 3% chance to trigger. I mean, then obviously every 5th attack is an overpower. And you have every 12 second a guaranteed overpower. So these are all facts, right? But yeah, the advantage of crit is that it's just a math game, right? So I can push up my crit chance to like 80 to 90% with almost every single crit chance build, right? Whereas the overpower build will always have like overpower is going to happen, and then overpower is going to happen, right? I mean, every 6 Blood Lance is a guaranteed overpower, and then every 12 seconds I get an overpower unless I actually consume Blood Orbses, and then I get more overpowers. So can you show a video which one is the strongest Necro? I mean, like all my Necros are incredibly strong and can do every single endgame piece of content. But we will do a Necro tier list soon where I talk about all the Necro builds and what they're good for. Because often people would like to know what the best is. I have not made the best Necro build this season yet. But there's 2 factors that influence the best Necro build right now. There will be the Bone Spear maximum corpse explosion build, which will technically be the best. But unless I see the gauntlet, the actual gauntlet, I cannot tell you which one is actually going to be the best build, because there's a few things that will influence that in the gauntlet. And that really comes down to how the gauntlet is being played, because there's an assumption that I can make a Blood Wave build. And I'm going to call it the Infinite Blood Wave build, because it's going to work with Blood Waves and having like the absolute Blood Wave cooldown. So you essentially have like only 1 second cooldown of Blood Wave or so. And if that build works out the way I want it to, and if the gauntlet turns out the way I imagine the gauntlet to turn out, then that build will probably be the best build in existence for the gauntlet. But again, for that, I actually have to see the gauntlet, and as you might know or not, the gauntlet is still not there, so that still has to wait until the day that the gauntlet is finally there. Exactly, the question is what build for what exactly. So the Blood Surge build, for example, is the best overworld build, no matter what. So if you're just looking to beat the overworld the best, like farming Hell Tides, farming like, you know, farming the PvP areas, farming like the seasonal areas, whatever. So actual like overworld content, right? That's where the Blood Surge build is unchallenged, because it just like does the most amount of damage to everything, like in any capacity. And it just like runs around and it hits the whole screen, and it's just like so simple to play, right? So that's where that build will always be the best. In terms of Necromancer. That being said, now that we actually focus on physical corpse explosions, we made a lot of builds which were just passable for the overworld, actually really good. For example, Blood Lance was never good for the overworld, right? Blood Lance was always like, oh yeah, you know what, it like, yeah, yada yada, it works for the overworld. But right now, due to the focus on the physical corpse explosion to actually be boosting the build, and that quite tremendously, we kind of made a build that was formerly just passable, actually quite fucking good for overworld farming, because now you're like, by the way, yes, we're standing AFK here, chat. I'm not moving a single finger because this would be boring to actually move. What's the benefit of physical CE versus blighted CE? I mean, first and foremost, you just never leaned that much into this, and we are kind of playing Black River right now, which brings its own kind of problems and advantages. The advantage of physical corpse explosion over blighted corpse explosion is in general that the physical corpse explosion can actually critical strike. Yeah, like damage over time can't critical strike. In case you didn't know this, but damage over time can't critical strike. So as soon as you do damage over time, then like the whole critical strike is useless. Which is so stupid to me, because why couldn't, so like understand this, chat, like, or let me understand this for a second. Why can damage over time not critical strike and then just do more damage over time? So let's say this is a crit, like you do already 1 million ticks, but if there is a critical strike damage, like, you know, it essentially registers at the start, and then the damage just gets spread out over the damage over time. So if I do a 20 million crit, why can that then not be over 6 seconds 20 million damage? Why could I have not critted, but the damage is divided by 6 because my damage is over time over 6 seconds, but why can I not crit and then just be divided? Because that would be fun. Like, I would really like that. I think that would be cool, and I wouldn't complain. It'd be really fun to see. Because right now, when you're playing damage over time, like, every single thing that has to do with crit is just useless for you. Which also means that, for example, in the Necro, like, we have the Golem, right? The Golem sacrifice. And the Golem sacrifice would currently give you 30% bonus critical strike chance. But that 30% damage, sorry, not chance, bonus critical strike damage. But that bonus 30% critical strike damage is obviously completely, wow, I'm going to miss out on the world boss. It's going to be completely useless. Might show us the wizard if you have a moment. We have a, like, mobalytics under the sorcerer streams, Pellegrin. There's a link to the complete build.
I cannot do that.
Is there a way how we can reach on private? Roos, you can always DM me, Roos. Always. My fellow creators, just send me Twitter DMs. Twitter DMs. Always perfect. They're open for everyone. I mean, unless you ask how long is your duck, I'm going to say horse size. That's why I'm called Ponyhoff. But apart from that, like, you know, just DM me. Especially fellow creators that do interesting, good content. You know?
I need time to do that.
Oh, hi, I arrived in time. Well, how unlucky. Katawa. Ashava. Whatever. Well, that's that. Like, oops, chat. Well. Yikes. Well, let's go back to my dungeoneering. We anyways didn't want to kill a world boss today. How many vaults have we done today? We are roughly at... I don't think we're at 20 yet. Well, but let's say for convenience purpose, we're at 20 vaults currently. Around 20. We're making good time. The thought is just a very simple one, Chan. If I do 3 hours of vaults and I don't get an Uber unique from that, that's okay. Because they just simply didn't hire the drop chances high enough. I will at least have leveled up all my glyphs to 21. Because this is something you have to consider, right? If I don't get a single Uber unique in 3 hours of vaulting, like, I'm not mad. Because all my glyphs are 21 and I'm happy about this. The problem is just that they then definitely didn't hire the thingy high enough. But also on the flip side, in those 3 hours, I could have also had no fun and did Duriel for 3 hours. So if your main purpose was actually getting Uber uniques, it still seems like that it makes more sense to hog Duriel at this point. And obviously that's boring. Did they hire the drop chances of Duriel 2 or only open world? What is this dungeon? Death bolts. Okay, I can go AFK. We can pull up the patch notes. And the patch notes say... the drop chance of Uber unique items acquired outside of Uber Duriel encounters has been increased. Again, they didn't tell us how much, right? Has been increased. Has been increased. What does this mean? Right? What does has been increased mean? Like we get 3% more? 2% more? And for like, even if they increase it by 100%, that's like my whole point is, even if they increase it by 100%, like 100% of nothing is still nothing. I mean, if they wanted to tell us the number, they would, but they clearly didn't want to tell us the number, so they either don't know the number themselves. This is what worries me the most. Chat, the thing that worries me the most is that they don't actually know the number. They just tweaked an algorithm somewhere. They just tweaked an affix, and they actually don't know what it does. No, they went into the code and they're like, this is the drop number for Uber Uniques in the open world, but we actually don't know the exact number. So we just like, you know, we just doubled it, but we still don't know what it actually is. So this is what worries me the most. That they don't actually know. They tweet like an imaginative number. It's just like an X there, you know, and they double it. They put a 4 in front of the X. Now it's 4x, but they don't know what the X actually is. Yes, somewhere in this code block, the drop chance is determined. So we actually doubled this code block and now it's double. But we don't actually know what double means. This is what happens when you don't have the trust of the gamers playing your game. You know, for example, Hearthstone did something interesting, chat, right? So Hearthstone introduced a pity timer in packs. So, you know, Hearthstone, it's a card game, correct? You pay real money to buy your cards, and people felt robbed to a degree because you could buy 100 packs. And I, for example, I was always lucky. In these 100 packs, I would get 4 legendary cards, correct? But sometimes even 6 to 8. Congratulations. Well, the thing is, other people bought 100 packs and they got like 2 legendary cards, and that felt bad. So what they did is they said that every 30 packs, you will get 1 legendary, no matter what. So that means that in 30 packs, you could get 2 legendaries. In 30 packs, you could get 3 legendaries, but you at least get 1. So you can still get lucky. And they're still, you know, I'm still average, like luckier than the average gamer for some reason. I don't know why. But you're at least guaranteed that no matter how unlucky you are, you're at least not getting fucked. And that's why pity timers are a good thing. Because you know that your investment of time, resource, you know that your investment of resource, in this case money, at least leads to outcome X, right? And like, well, in our case, the resource we're investing in Diablo is time. So right now, you know that you're going to be investing resource X, time. And you know that the outcome of you investing the resource X time is get fucked. Right? Because there's no guarantee. Like there's never, and this is why pity timers are actually a good thing, because it gives gamers the knowledge that if they're putting in amount of time X, that there's outcome Z. And even if you're the unluckiest shitter in the world, right? I mean, if they at least said that every 50 duriels you get an Uber unique. Every 50 duriels is an Uber unique. I'm fine with that. Because I at least know that I'll kill 300 duriels. I'll have 6 Uber uniques. It could be 6 times the same, right? But at least I have 6. Now you will kill 300 duriels and you have 1, maybe 2, maybe 3, maybe 12. And some people after 3 duriels have 3 Uber uniques. And you know what? That feels shitty. It doesn't feel shitty that your friend has after 3 duriels 3 Uber uniques. What feels shitty is that if you do 300 and only get 1, that feels shitty. There's always luckier people. 50, no, there is no guarantee. That's what I'm saying. There is no pity timer. Like, sorry if this was unclear to you. There is no pity timer. So if now there was one, you would know that the new season starts, you do 300 duriels. 300 duriels is how much time? Let's say you're a solo player, okay? We're a solo player. 300 duriels is like 300 sets of material. Every set of material takes you 30 minutes to farm. So it's 300 times 30 minutes, right? So every Duriel try takes you 30 minutes to farm. So you take 300 Duriels times 30 minutes. And that is 9,000 minutes, which is essentially like 150 hours. So you would know that if you invest 150 hours into Duriel, you would have 6 Uber Uniques. That would still not be the Uber Uniques you want, right? But you would know you have 150 hours, 6 Uber Uniques. That's reasonable. Okay? That's reasonable. Now, obviously, the hardcore gamers will have all the things faster. But fuck the hardcore gamers, right? Because they'll have anything anyways faster. And that would be as a solo player, correct? But at least with that pity timer, you would know that your time allotment of 150 hours would net that. Right now, you know that after 300 Duriel tries, you might have 0 Uber Uniques. And this is sadly not a number I'm making up. You know, there's people I know. There's factual that have gotten nothing after 300. I mean, I got my first Uber Unique after 125 Duriels. So, yeah. In season 2. And I was happy with that. But I was also more than done to never do Duriel ever again. I mean, this season I've done like 20 Duriels and I got 1 Uber Unique. Which I also don't want, okay? Don't get me wrong, chat. No, like, I have done 30 Duriels, okay? And I got 1 Uber Unique this time. So after 30 instead of 125. And I'm also done. I'm literally not planning to actually do Duriel again this season. The only reason I do Duriel is for YouTube videos. So when I need like a Duriel kill for an intro with a respective build here, that's the only reason I kill Duriel. Like, I don't actually kill Duriel for any other reason anymore. There's literally no reason for me to engage in that piece of content. And that's what I'm saying. If I at least knew that, like, I'm going to take my day now and I'm going to get 50 sets of material, or I'm going to get like 10 sets and then I'm going to ask the community to provide the other 30, then I at least know that I'll at least get 1 Uber Unique bonus today. What else is there to do with Uber Uniques? I mean, the only reason to own Uber Uniques is to own Uber Uniques. Let's be fair about this. Like, no build needs Uber Uniques to work. And if your build needs Uber Uniques to work, it's a bad build. I said it. I'm not taking it back. So no build needs them to work. The only reason to get Uber Uniques is essentially the gauntlet right now, the leaderboard, which also makes it, like, then again, really annoying because so now let's say you want to play the gauntlet, okay? Let's say you want to be farming the gauntlet and you want to go into the top 1,000. Then you're technically you would have to farm Duriel 1, 2,000, 3, 4,000 times to technically get the materials you need for that. Now you could say, well, as a leaderboard grinder, you should be used to having to invest copious amounts of time to get there. But even for a leaderboard grinder, it seems heavily unreasonable. Because if the whole min-maxing is down to just spending more time, then it doesn't feel like min-maxing anymore, don't get me wrong. I mean, min-maxing having pity timers kind of makes min-maxing feel even better because I know what I'm min-maxing. I'm min-maxing my time investment in certain activities, right? And if I know every season I'll need to invest 100 hours in Duriel, then I'll invest 100 hours in Duriel, but I'll plan this, right? I plan this per season that there's 100 hours of my season that will just be dedicated to Duriel. Then I know I'll need another 50 hours in vaults because I need to 21 all my glyphs, right? So I know 150 hours of the season are already slotted away for certain activities to min-max, aka, right, get the best of the best. And then after I have done all of this, after I have min-maxed, right, after I've made my character perfect, I know that the rest of the time that I have with the season, if I have time left over, is going to be then spent trying to beat the hard endgame content, if there is any endgame content, which there's not. But so now I min-maxed, right, 150 hours. Now I farmed everything. I got everything I wanted to get. And now is the time that everything I wanted to get is I'm going to invest that in the leaderboard. To become the very best like no one ever was, to catch them all, to become the #1 Pell World player. The problem with this whole equation and time allotment is that the only thing you can plan right now is getting your glyphs to level 21, right? That's the only thing you can plan. And the rest of the stuff you can't plan. How do you glow like that? Well, it's a skincare routine. I can't tell you the exact products. My wife buys them. But it's like, you know, you take some cream in the evening and then you clap your mom's cheeks and then, you know, the usual. If you're asking for my character in game, that is under the gameplay options and then player highlight. But I guess I'd rather pretend that you were talking about my natural, beautiful looking skin tone. You know, that pale complexion that I'm rocking as a full-time content creator. So thank you for noticing. I take good care of my skin. You know, it's the standard like bar of soap kind of routine. Alternative, you go under O, you go under options, gameplay, scroll all the way down, and there is player highlight. You need to mark this one as on, and then you can choose whatever color you want. You can also make your NPCs be a different color. The, you know, the enemies also, and the objects on the ground can be a different color as well. So you can kind of separate everything nicely to a way that helps you. Also, you can turn monster health bars always on. And in case you did not know this, which is something that a lot of people for some reason never knew, you can change all the fonts and the high contrast cursor and everything under accessibility, but you can actually also change the sound that everything that drops makes, which is kind of like really funny for me. So item drop sounds, you can turn everything off if you're annoyed by it. And you can also make only sound when something is unique or something is legendary or something is rare. So that's actually kind of cool. So you can like kind of change all of this too if you ever felt like changing this kind of stuff. So if you really only want to get hype when a unique drops, you would literally disable everything else and then go for this. But I actually do like the loot drop sounds, if I'm honest with you. How many tier 100s now? I think we did like 20 roughly, and nothing has dropped. So the TLDR seems right now that we're getting that there is no improvement. The TLDR seems if you really want Uber Uniques, you still have to do Duriel. The problem, so the biggest problem with the tier 100 dungeon right now is that they said the chance is higher. But again, like the chance of 0% times 0% is still 0%. Where you know that if you bang your head long enough against Duriel, he will spit out a Uber Unique, right? You just factually know if you bang Duriel hard enough, he will at some point drop that Uber Unique. And like the on the flip side is we don't know that no matter how hard we're going on vaults, no matter how deep we're going into the vault, that at end of the day we might still end up with net total 0 Uber Uniques. You know, I could do a whole 10-hour farm of vaulting and we might still end up with 0 Uber Uniques. So that's a bit of a bummer. One thing they fixed though, and I'll give them credit for this, Chan. This season, there's one thing they fixed, and that is the drop rate of sigils. I mean, right now I'm at 23,000 sigil powder, and sigil powder is literally dropping left, right, and center. I mean, I'm just getting so much of that, I'm just drowning, right? Did they boost Duriel drop rates? No. Duriel drops the same. So Duriel, nothing happened. They didn't introduce a pity timer to Duriel. Duriel is still... I mean, I do believe something will be done about the Duriel farm. I do believe we're getting unique crafting, and that's something I'm more interested in. Like, I couldn't care less about Uber Uniques because Uber Uniques don't make builds work. What makes builds work is uniques. Unique items make builds work. So if now Season 4 comes around the corner, and Season 4 also has the new affixes, so Season 4 is not fucking like horrible anymore when it comes down to drops, And we would also, on top of that, get unique crafting. That is something I am very excited for. So right now, it's more like we got something interesting with the new crafting system, but the only interesting part is a look in the future again. It's kind of like, wow, that's very cool. You made this feature. So you're telling me if I wait another 2 months, I might finally get something that's actually interesting. And this has kind of been like the theme with Diablo, and it's a little bit the sad theme. That it's always like, okay, if I now wait a little bit longer, I'll finally get something good. And if I then wait a little bit longer, I'll finally get something good. And if I then... Sandy, thank you for the 109 months of support, Sandy. You beautiful bastard. We still have to come visit you. I think when like, you know, summer's around the corner and it's getting a bit warmer, then I'll be planning a trip with the family down to you. So we can come visit the family. And see how you and your daughter are doing. So we'll have to write down a list, guys. Sandy, one of my long-term standing moderators, and I would call him a good friend as well. He doesn't live too far away, so if you want to now press that information out of him, you can figure out where I live for no reason ever. Don't do it though, poor Sandy. But he's been with us for quite a while. I mean, we're streaming now for over 10 years, by the way, Chad. So I'm a content creator since October 2013. That's the first time actually, no, that's not true. I think in June 2013, I started with the first streams. But let's say October is usually what I take as my starting day as a content creator. Doing some Hearthstone stuff. And well, now we're still there 11 years later, you know, doing this thing. Not burned out yet, or not anymore. Currently not burned out. Wait, let's say it like this. Currently not burned out. And actually on a good track record right now. I have to say the last 2 years have been good. You know, very good balance. I guess since my children have been born more or less. It definitely helps to put things into perspective. So surprisingly burned out less with children than without children. Guess you can say family is good for the mental. Oh God, I'm trying to pick this up. Thank you. Totally wasn't about to yell at the screen. Devs could care less about what we want and we think right now. No, I do think that the devs care, but it's like, as always, you shouldn't say devs, you should say executives. Because the devs are never making the decisions. I mean, I'm pretty sure the Diablo devs actually have a bunch of good ideas. I just don't know who's actually having the final get-go, right, on everything. Because it's clear to me as day that someone is either on an ego trip that he wants Diablo 4 to be a certain way, and that's why we have to suffer through a lot of weird decisions. Like you might not remember this, guys. But when Diablo 4 got released, they said that one of their core principles of the game is, and that's why basic skills exist, that they want people starving for resource, okay? They want people to struggle for resource. Like, you know, you're supposed to shoot your core skills, and then when your resource is empty, you will have to use your basic skills to get that back up. So one of their core principles in game design was to make you essence starved and struggling so that you feel the grittiness of the game. That's one core principle that whoever is the overarching head behind all the decisions want it to be. And if you think about this very closely and then you see some of the struggles we're having in the game, you're kind of like, could you please get off your power trip, sir, and just let the game be good? How do you reduce the cooldown of your ultimate so fast? I have two things that do that. It's first Decrepify, which is lucky hit chance cooldown reduction. But I do have a second thing that's kind of way better, and that is called Flicker Step. And Flicker Step reduces the cooldown of my ultimate skill by 4 seconds, up to 4 seconds, per enemy I dash through, up to a total of 10 seconds. So with one dash, I can instantly shave off another 10 seconds of the cooldown reduction. And that's why we're also looking to make a very interesting Blood Wave build, because Blood Wave only has a 45.28 seconds cooldown. And if you actually play Blood Wave in a very nice way and have Blood Wave kill everyone very easily, then you can, with the Flicker Step boots and Decrepify, actually make sure that your Blood Wave has almost 0-second cooldown reduction. It's quite mental. The same problem we had essentially with Call of Duty. I like to tell this story, and probably my standard viewers are already very sad about hearing it 400 times over, guys. But in Call of Duty, all creators were always invited for creator calls. And I'm probably not allowed to tell you this, but I don't care, okay? So we were invited to these creator calls, and in these creator calls, they would get game designers, developers. They would get like the dude that's responsible for the balancing. They would get like the community managers. So all these people were actually every now and then in those calls. And at some point during the Call of Duty life cycle, we actually had in one of those calls the lead game designer. You know, the guy who made all the final decisions why Warzone 2 was the way Warzone 2 was. So the guy with the vision. We had the guy with the vision in there, guys. The dude who essentially sits behind every single nerf buff, every single feature that gets into the current version of Warzone. And it turned out that the vision the guy had for the game was shit. So what are you going to do then? I mean, literally, like, the dude sat there and he was very proud, and he was telling us, like, we did this because of that, and the reason why this is happening is because I imagine it to be this way, and, like, we imagine players would enjoy this, and that game design decision makes super sense because, you know, I said so. And you had this guy, and he's talking, and then he's talking even more, and you're like, you're so full of shit, sir. It's crazy. And I'm saying that with all the love in my heart, but like, what the fuck? Like you know, like, so he just sat down and he had this ultimate vision of what he thinks everyone will enjoy. But the problem was that, like, all his ideas were really not, like, they were good, but not for the current player base. You know, not... They were good if he was making PUBG. I mean, if he actually was making PUBG, his ideas were pretty fucking good. The problem was, this is not PUBG, sir. This is like this Call of Duty, you know? I mean, the man was looking us in the eyes. Okay, chat, listen. The man was looking us in the eyes, and he said, we made looting in Warzone. If you ever play Warzone, looting is the least interesting part. We made looting longer, harder, more struggling, and more complicated to make it more fun for the players. To make it more rewarding. So when you finally find a good item, you're going to be like, Kacha! And you like, and it was like, okay, sir. But you do notice that no one ever in a single second of Warzone ever said that they want the looting to be longer and more complicated. So yeah. And now we have Diablo, right? And you're asking yourself, like, is Rod Ferguson, who makes the final decisions, does he have issues? Does he need help? You know, is he on a power trip? Is he maybe bad at his job? Was there Uber Unique already? No, sadly not. Because the Uber Unique drop rate improvement of nothing is still nothing, as it seems. I mean, we've been now 2 hours at vaults, and we've been more or less doing only vaults for 2 hours. We've at least 20 vaults gone now, so maybe we're going to go up to 30 in total, 30 in 3 hours. We have 40 in 3 hours. But yeah. Without Ubers, would you feel perform better, Bone Spear or Blood Lance? I mean, like, none build needs Ubers. Also, Bone Spear will always perform better, Ubers or not. I mean, Bone Spear actually performs better without Ubers than with Ubers. Chat, listen. There's not a single Necromancer build that performs better with Ubers. Caveat end, there is the Ring of Starless Skies, yes, which actually buffs certain builds and does help. But technically, there's not a single Necro build where I would say that if you're having this Uber Unique, the Necro build is 400 times better. Not a single one. Okay? We're not barbarians. We're not druids. We're not sorks. Like, we don't need this shit. So Starless is probably the only thing where I'm saying sure, but Starless is also crazy at this point. But that being said, Starless is also only 40% more damage. And now we gotta leave the church in the village. That's a German saying. I don't know if that makes sense for you, but you gotta leave the church in the village, okay? That 40% damage increase that you're getting from the Ring of Starless Skies is completely useless. Because my build is already doing, okay, so my maximum corpse explosion build is doing 20 million damage with a corpse explosion. Which factually kills everything in a tier 100 dungeon. Crimson, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, Crimson. That's very kind of you. Do appreciate it a lot. 5 more members on the YouTube chat. Also, Gora, thank you for the brand new Prime sub. Do love to have you there. So like, if I do 20 million damage with a corpse explosion without an Uber unique, what does the 40% more damage do for me? Like, can I kill things even harder? Can I now do a 40 million damage corpse explosion? And then the guy that anyways died with 1 hit dies with a 1 hit plus? Right? So what are you gonna do? Like, you're gonna 1-hit things harder than you're already 1-hitting things? What for? I need to always pull him like out of the actual like thingies here, so I can like just keep making new bone storms, because I need like bone storms on him. And I also do need more units, because like so Blood Lance is kind of like a chaining thingy, where if I chain Blood Lance through multiple opponents, I actually do more damage to him. So I need kind of like to gather a bunch of units here. Thank you very much. So I can essentially chain the I can chain the Blood Lances through everyone, then do more damage. And there should be some units in here. Thank you very much. Please come. Oh, no, come back. Sir, we're here. So yeah, but that's kind of like the thing with the Uber uniques, right? As useful as you want them to be, but I mean, whatever. Oh, where am I? Oh, I just walked in there. Okay, cool. Where am I? What year it is? I just walked into the end room. I like the spawn point made no sense. Why did I spawn right next to the? I'm confused. Why did I spawn right next to the room? Oh, okay. So yeah, I mean, like, Uber uniques technically are the most useless thing in existence, and they're only a vanity thing to have. But leaderboards. So for leaderboards, well, so here comes my question, guys. Do you think you can swap items during the leaderboard run? Because we all know that snapshotting is a problem, right? In case you don't know what snapshotting is when you, for example, put on Juggernaut armor, then you join into a dungeon, then you put the Juggernaut armor off, but Juggernaut armor still actually keeps existing. So you can kind of have the bonus of Juggernaut, but without actually using Juggernaut, and then you can use another aspect. Okay, so that's really good. It's called snapshotting. Only works if you're actually able to exchange gear. Which brings me to the question. Are we going to allow that? Do you think the leaderboard is going to allow swapping gear? Selic massively increases survivability. Yeah, but your survivability... Sorry? Words are hard. If your character can't survive without Selic, then your build sucks. So yes, Selic helps with survivability, but if you can't survive without it, your build sucks anyways. I am not sorry. Come on now, Blood Lance and attack speed, but then Bone Spear and shadow damage over time. What is this? I just want like this much. Yeah, I don't want much, chat. I want this much, okay? Just want a little bit good item. I almost destroyed my amulet. Oops. Yeah, snapshotting is probably going to be a thing in the leaderboard, and then I'm actually not going to participate in the grind. I mean, if you do have to snapshot to get anywhere in the leaderboard, then I will factually not participate in the leaderboard grind and just decide to let it be. I mean, not going to participate in the rush for top 10 because I can't be asked to buck abuse just to get somewhere. That's just me, you know, humble opinion. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are nearing the 3rd hour now, where we just entered the 3rd hours of vault grinding, trying to get an Uber unique. We want you to be the #1 Necro. Hey, I might be the #1 Necro builder. Sorry, I took that title. I'm not giving it back. Humble and honest, chat. The two pillars my content is built on. Humble more than honest. So we might make the best builds in business if I really look just for making the strongest builds, you know. But that doesn't mean I'm playing them the best, right? Because there's definitely a Chinese player out there who's playing better than me. They're talented, right? They're looking at their cooldowns. They're actually playing good. I just YOLO, you know. It's like the whole coach situation, right? You can be a good coach. That doesn't mean you're a good player. And I know I can make good builds, and I can definitely make the #1 leaderboard build. So don't get me wrong. I know I can make that build. It's going to be the #1 build for the leaderboard. It's going to be the best build to actually beat the leaderboard with. It's going to be easy, actually. But actually getting the #1 leaderboard slot with that's a different question, right? Because you also need to make sure to have the perfect gear, right? My gear's currently, I would say, A tier. Like, I have a lot of A tier pieces. I think I have like 1 or 2 S tier pieces. But a lot of my gear is like far away from being S tier. You know? And I think that makes a big role. I mean, at the end of the day, like, if you have all your aspects max rolled, that's important. But also having like all your critical strike chances. I mean, like having like a max roll critical strike chance glove with a max roll lucky hit chance, that makes a big difference, right? I mean, my ring of sacrilegious souls right now on my corpse explosion build is actually not a max rolled ring. It's not having the best amount of corpse explosion possible, which makes this build actually weaker. I mean, my ring here right now could have like 9% lucky hit chance. It only has 8.4. Now you could say 8.4 or 9, that doesn't make a difference. But if someone then has a ring with 9%, he definitely has a better lucky hit chance. Have we found Ubers yet? Nope. 2 hours, no Ubers. Oh, we're going strong, chat. Don't worry. I'm not planning to stop this grind. We're anyways leveling up glyphs for another build. So this is kind of like why I enjoy being a content creator that makes guides, because this right now is not a waste of time for me, right? I mean, first and foremost, we're conducting a test to see if I could drop an Uber unique. So that's like, check. I'm making content today. You're watching content. There were some memberships. There's ads running. So thank you, chat. Appreciate it. So I'm making money with this, right? I'm like testing things. I'm making money with this so I can pay for food. I can pay my rent. But at the same time, I'm also preparing future videos. So I'm thinking at this as from the perspective as a content creator, because right now we're also leveling our glyphs up so I can make 2 more builds, because there's 2 builds I need to make. There needs to be a Giga Dot. So that's going to be an X-Felds Corroded Signet Lucky Hit Chance Exploding Necro. And on top of making a Giga Dot Necro, I'm also planning to make the Defiled Necro. The Defiled Necro. That's essentially going to be using all the shadow damage shebang to essentially like put down amazing amounts of blood wave damage. And I want my blood wave to hit for 10 million. Okay, chat? I want to use a blood wave, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, I want to turn it into shadow damage over time, but I want it to hit so hard, so goddamn hard, that we're talking about millions of damage from it. Okay, like I want to do 1 blood wave on Lilith and she should be like suffocating and poop essentially. I want to literally poop on her, because blood wave looks like a wave of poop end of the day. So that's something where I'm leveling up my glyphs for, because it would be fun. I mean, imagine I give you a build and you press that blood wave button, and then the boss is like, oh, and it's just choking on it. Yeah. That's the goal. The goal is not unrealistic because I've done it before. But we had Vampiric Powers, and Vampiric Powers had 60% multiplier and shadow damage over time. Which was really mean because, like, yeah. Now I don't have 60% damage over time bonus. Still, though, I have some better ideas how to make that build, and I can make Paragon boards better. It's definitely something I learned in the past seasons, how to make better Paragon boards. Thank you, Abba12Zir. You kind of forced us to. But this season, I have made some of the most beautiful Paragon boards I've had so far. Including a 7 glyph Paragon board. And now we have Adrenaline from Genesis. I don't have that. I only have Evernight. I don't have Genesis. And I might not get Genesis. Because I'm bored. Where to farm Litless? I'm 90 and haven't gotten one. I got 4 Litless Walls from Vaults. So essentially from doing Nightmare Vaults, I got most of my Litless Walls. But obviously Lord Zir can drop it too. The problem is for Lord Zir, you need to do Legion events. But here comes the thing, guys. You need to keep in mind. Dupree. Good to see you there, by the way. With the Paragon board, Dupree, I have a Paragon board on from Season 2 for a Overpower Druid. That's the only thing I have right now. You have to consider that we'll get a mid-season update, guys. And that mid-season update will have Vampiric Powers. These Vampiric Powers will be available as drop items, probably maybe as gems or something. The assumption is that where did we get these rings from, guys? Where did we get the rings from? The Malignant Rings in Season 2 were introduced. Who did drop them? Varshan, right? So now Blizzard is not really creative, correct? Blizzard is not really creative. So where do you think, if Vampiric Powers are coming, where will they drop? If the mid-season update gets us some kind of Vampiric Power ring, boots, gem, whatever, where will that drop? Well, there's only one answer, right? Most likely Lord Zir. Because he was the Vampiric Power dude. So if you already want to farm Exquisite Blood, do that, but keep your Exquisite Blood, okay? I'm sorry, but Blizzard is not really creative at this point. They're not, like, you know, it's not really hard to imagine what's going to happen. Something like, oh, surprise, Lord Zir has more drops. Who would have guessed? So save up those items. Save them up. Do yourself a favor. And then when the update comes, you're going to be like, oh, I have 15,000 sets of Lord Zir items. Fantastic. I am ready. What about the Glacier Boss? What does the Glacier Boss drop? The Glacier Boss drops all the new uniques. So like Mutilator Plate, Paingorger Gauntlets, all the other new specific class uniques that can drop, they have been from the Beast of Ice. And he generally also drops like just some decent uniques, just not for Necro. Necro doesn't actually need him at all. I mean, for the Mutilator Plate, yes. So the Mutilator Plate is nothing bad to have from him. But in net total, well, usually what he drops is kind of like Shin. So yeah, we wouldn't even bother with the Beast of Ice. The Beast of Ice is very good for leveling though. So if you actually level up a Twink, an alternate character, I currently have almost 150 Beast of Ice materials, right? What I do is I get level 60, then I craft like 20 billion Beast of Ice materials, and I ask people, do you want to do the Beast of Ice? And you level like there's no tomorrow. That's literally the secret level strat that you can put on. Your Corpse Explosion build requires Black River. Yes. Why does the Corpse Explosion build require Black River? So it works without, okay? Keep in mind, the Corpse Explosion build works without. The thing about the higher Corpse Explosion is that it also increases the radius. So you're going to do a Corpse Explosion with a Black River that does up to 10-20 million damage. But that Black River Corpse Explosion, the 10-20 million damage Black River Corpse Explosion, will hit the whole screen. Now, if you're not using the Black River, you can do corpse explosions that range anywhere from 1 to 5 million damage as well, which is nice. The problem is that these 1 to 5 million corpse explosions, they will essentially hit only a small portion of the screen. So unless you actually pull everyone together with corpse tendrils and then you do that corpse explosion, which does the respective amount of damage that we're talking about, you're kind of ending up with like making many miniature nuclear bombs instead of making like one gigantic Hiroshima bomb and just destroying everything, right? Kenneth, thank you very much for the brand new subscription. Kenneth, welcome to the Knights of the Round Table. Thank you for supporting us. Also, chat, if you did bring your Prime sub, don't forget to use it somewhere on Twitch, aka here, right now. You got no Ubers as well in 20, but you got Howl and Razor Plates and 2 Glyphs 21. Exactly, Murdoch. This is why I like doing vaults for Uber uniques. Because right now, so when you do Duriel, right? There's only frustration. Don't get me wrong, guys, but are you having fun during Duriel? No. So you're going to do Duriel and like you might get 1 or 2 S tier items from the normal magical ones, right? But usually if you have done 50 Duriels, you have more or less all the actual uniques. So you have like the X-Felds, you have the Blood Moon Breaches in case of Necro. You have right? You have all the uniques, the standard uniques. You have your T-Bolt's Will, whatever, Soul Brawn, blah. So usually after 50 tries, you have all of that. That means that every further Duriel you just do is boring. Because you're going to look at it, no Uber unique next, no Uber unique next, no Uber unique next. I mean, you might even stop picking up the gear that actually drops. I mean, I like, you know, you might just pick up these. So you're literally going in. The fight itself is no fun because you're going to do it with 4 people. So it's like next, dungeon reset, teleport out. You're too slow. Please stop. No one go on a break. What? You want to go on the toilet? Fuck you. Oh, why haven't you reset yet? Just stop selling at the vendor. Stop picking up items. Next. That's essentially like, that's Duriel. Right? There's like, yeah. And if I'm doing vaults, I'm at least like, you know, I'm trying to keep my stacks up. I like the challenge of going through a vault. I do this solo, right? I can do infinite of them because I have all the sigils. And end of the day, I'm at least leveling up my glyphs, right? So worst case scenario, I'm at least getting my glyphs leveled up. Which is kind of cool because, you know what? I like to get my glyphs leveled up. Do I even want to get bothered by the Son of Malphus again? I mainly can't get bothered by him because he's just a gigantic waste of time. Right, coming back to the Son of Malphus concept, someone thought about putting the Son of Malphus in, but made him so overtuned that he's just a waste of time. But right now, by the way, I'll just pull him through the dungeon to get like bigger corpse explosions, to also get like more bone storms. And yes, he can actually do a number on my HP if he wants to. We need more things pulled together. Come here, weird Herald of Malphus, sun dude. Could you please come here? Well, we need more corpses to fight him because more corpses are more blood herbs, and more blood herbs is more blood herbs is more blood lances, and more blood lances is more damage. So we need this here happening. Come here into the next pack of mobs. We do appreciate it. Curse you. Oh, he went up again. I guess that's probably the most annoying part about the Son of Malphus, that he just decides to like go up. You know, like he just decides to leave the screen to then come back, and you're just like, sir, could you just decide if you want to be somewhere or if you don't want to be somewhere, right? I mean, you just want to kill him, and he just like every 10 seconds he just goes away. I also would genuinely like to know if the design of the Son of Malphus, right? If that design, the HP design, is down to barbarians, right? Because the main assumption is that barbarians are so overtuned. Thank you, barbarians, by the way. We appreciate it. not. So the main assumption is that barbarians are so heavily overtuned that... By the way, do I have infinite essence? Yes, I do. That it's their fault if something has too much HP. Right? Because if the Son of Malphus was now any weaker... I mean, Barbarian still one hits him, right? But if the Son of Malphus was any weaker, Barbarian would kill him even faster. I mean, like, ignore me as a Necro, though, who's like taking 3 to 4 business days to actually kill him. I mean, I at least kill him, so that's the important part, because I have infinite barrier. Kind of funny. But yeah, so I take 3 to 4 business days, and that's why. But since Barbarian kills him fast, the decision was made to make him like very, very durable, not Duriel chat, durable. But because listen. So like that he wouldn't die too fast. Yay, chat, we killed him. Woo, Igneous Core, let's go. One Malphus. Whoop, 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 whoop. Oh yeah, pen shot rogues. Sorry, I forget about pen shot rogues. I've seen it before where they like, I've seen the video from Voodoo Joe where you dash around and it's kind of like, burr, burr, and you just vomit on them. So yes, but rogue has been relatively quiet this season. I don't know if it is because I'm following not many rogue. I'm not like following many rogue creators, but it seems like, I mean, like rogue seems very subdued. Like, no, like maybe it's just me, but no one's talking about rogue. Any news on Gauntlet? Well, the latest news is that it was supposed to come on the 27th, but they also backpedaled on that date, so we don't know anymore. There was a date, and then there wasn't a date, then there was another date, but that date was also fake. So right now there's fake news, and then there's a bit more fake news, and then like there's fake news. But end of the day, fake news. Yeah, rogue creators are also stealthy. I feel like almost no one is talking about rogues. That's just my general feeling right now. As if rogue just doesn't exist, or no one wants to talk about it. Have I said fake news yet, Chan? Yep, fake news. Okay, so we got 2 glyphs to 21, or 3 glyphs to 21, and 2 to 15. That's amazing. I mean, I almost have everything going on. Paragon nodes within range gain bonus to their non-physical damage and damage reduction modifiers. And you and your minions deal increased non-physical damage. I have never leveled up Abyssal. Is there even a single Paragon node that has non-physical damage? I mean, like that would be resistance to all elements, correct? Do I even have other damage reduction? You know? Damage taken over time reduction, yeah, but that's not even close. Like, I have nothing like close to any glyphs that would... Huh? So weird. I do play another class every season. Nah, I'm just a Necro main. I don't enjoy anything. Do these points matter overall? Index willpower? Yes. Yes. I mean, so like for the people that are unsure about Paragon boards, what your main goal in Paragon boards is to activate all the rare nodes, right? And for these rare nodes, you need dexterity in willpower and everything. Okay. So does it matter? Yes, it matters, because at the end of the day, every point of dex is also boosting your critical strike chance. I mean, right now I'm getting 10% critical strike chance from my dex. My willpower is giving me 127%, 127 overpower plus, right? And I have resource generation plus from willpower, which is also important. Strength is giving you armor. That's kind of useless. So it's one point of strength is 1 point of armor as a necro. And intelligence is highering your damage, but also your resistance to all elements. So the more int I have, the more elemental resistant I am. So yeah, all of these are actually very important. Any luck so far? Nope. We were robbed. Oh my gosh. we need this. Lucky hit chance, critical, critical, critical. Well, see, this one is interesting because it has lucky hit chance, damage over time, and then that's it. Then that's it. I'm just literally trying to actually get like anything. Resource generation, vulnerable, physical. Resource generation would be nice, but not for this. Which build are you using for dungeons right now? Oh, this is right now. So this is right now the Blood Lance Corpse Explosion build. It has both Blood Lance and Corpse Explosion. It's using both concepts to the max. Like if you actually look into my skill tree, we're currently having 15 points in Corpse Explosion. And we would have 9 points in Blood Lance. But we currently don't have the gloves for that. So we would have 9 points in Blood Lance. And we have 11 points in Corpse Tendrils as well. So that's kind of like just for you to understand where this build is pushing to. So, but it's a maximum overpower build. So for all overpower damage. But despite being a maximum overpower build, we also have 200% corpse skill damage. So my Corpse Explosions are doing a base of 60,000 damage, which is kind of nice. I'm not going to lie. Was there an actual increase, or did the devs just say increased chance? The devs just said increased chance. So, I mean, like, do you believe it or not? Here, this is what the... I need to quickly go upstairs, guys. We got a guest. I need to say hello. But this is what we got. Okay? Here. This was the actual paragraph. So yeah, there you go. So we did the math, guys. The prior drop chance for Uber Uniques in the world was 0.28%, and they actually gave us a increase by 50%. So we get another 1.5 on top. So it's now at 0.42%, and 0.42 is probably still actually unrealistic because it's most likely half of that, if not half of the half, if not even way less than that. Yeah. I don't know why games feel the need to make things absolutely unachievable to a degree, like by normal means. Like again, right? Is no one needs an Uber Unique, like very important, but never understood the amount of exclusivity to certain things. I mean, mainly because I always think about screw the hardcore gamer. I mean, I should be a hardcore gamer by nature because I'm a content creator, right? But I'm actually a casual by heart, Chad. So I play every game casual. I said that while having thousands of hours in this game, but this is more like the way how I look at games, right? I have a very casual viewpoint of games. I'm kind of like, nah, I don't understand that. Like, fuck the hardcore gamers. Like, screw them. I got 10 normal uniques in the last 50 minutes. Yeah, that's normal, Stefan. I mean, like, you can get very many uniques this season. Like general, if you do high nightmare vaults, or generally if you spam vaults, which you have to do anyways to level up your glyphs, right? I mean, you have to level up your glyphs anyways, or you're gonna miss out on free damage, because that's what glyphs are. Which means for me that like getting uniques per se is relatively easy. And like I have gotten like over, I don't know, like 200 uniques this season already. Normal uniques. And from like doing vaults, okay? Like at least 200. And that might be on the low end of numbers because we've gotten so many. I mean, alone my sorceress during leveling, my sorceress during leveling before she was level 100, I've already had like around 50 uniques, right? I mean, I didn't need any of those, don't get me wrong, because it was like these stupid fireball stuffs all the time, right? So yeah. It was like that. There's a resistance breakers, yeah, that makes sense. Is there a way to farm the Juggernaut armor breast? Which Juggernaut armor breast? You mean the aspect, or am I missing something? Is there a Juggernaut armor breast for a certain class? I mean, the Juggernaut aspect you can get from the Codex of Powers. Surprise. Actually, like, good. The renown grind yesterday. Renown grind, pain. But you need to finish it. Like renown grind is one of the very few mandatory things in the game. The same goes for Altars of Lilith. I mean, remember the Actman, chat? So there's this guy, which I don't have the most high opinion about, but like, you know, the Actman who made this video like about Diablo 4 being terrible for millions of views because like negativity brings clicks and money, right? So and like literally I have heard people say that Altars of Lilith are useless because why would you need like another 20 decks, another 20 another 20 willpower? That's literally useless. Like, I would never do the Altars of Lilith. That's like, and you're like, okay, like, so you didn't understand the game. Cool, that's nice to see. Because obviously the stats you get from the Altars of Lilith, they are extremely helpful when it comes down to activating Paragon nodes. Because if you actually do not have the Altars of Lilith, you'll never be having an as good Paragon board as if you would have the Altars of Lilith activated. So they're like one of the few mandatory grinds, which is kind of like stupid that they would be, but they are. And remember, Chad, they almost forced us to do it twice. Okay? Keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, that if we would have gone unlucky, there would have been a point where you have to farm the Altars of Lilith every single season. Whew. I mean, luckily, we avoided that. But that one was a close call. Which brings us again back to game developers having an ego, chat, because someone probably thought that the renown system is a good idea. And on paper, it is a fantastic idea if you do it one single time. But I really enjoyed the renown grind one single time. Right? That's it. I mean, once. I never want to talk about it again afterwards. 10 minutes ago, I got my first Uber on my Necro, but did you get it in a dungeon, sir? Or did you get it at Durio? Also, congratulations. The Harlequin Crest is super fun. Can be used in many builds. I mean, this build, for example, is one of the few builds in Necro where I could use the Harlequin Crest without a single downside. Why am I using my fingers for that? Because there's still a downside. But it's neglectable. Okay, it's fine. Was fine onto renown level 3, but from 3 to 5 you need another 1,100 points. It's actually like with if you look at the renown grind with doing nightmare dungeons, you almost get the renown done automatically. Because the strongholds you do anyways, right? I mean, the waypoints you do, the strongholds you do, the altars you do a single time. So getting the renown done. All of this, I mean, in one go. And when it comes down to dungeons, I mean, most of the dungeons you actually do through nightmare dungeons. If you would be doing nightmare dungeons, which you obviously don't do right now because we're doing vaults. What's funny to me is that you have this mechanic in the game right now, correct? And we all did it one single time. And now for the rest of the lifetime of Diablo, let's completely forget that this exists. Obviously, every new player, chat, every new player that starts playing Diablo has to go through all of this, but I think it's actually fine. If you start Diablo for the first time, okay, you've never played Diablo before. This is kind of like a roadmap for you to also level up, right? Because you just do the waypoints, you do the strongholds, you do the side dungeons, you do the Altars of Lilith, you discover the area. So like the actual basics of the game, right? Going through the motions of the oceans. I guess if you're a brand new player, it doesn't hurt that it exists for the brand new player nowadays. But please never even remotely think about having me touch this again. Or I'm gonna riot. We're gonna be throwing hands, Chad. There's gonna be violence. There's gonna be violence if you ever force me to do this again. Okay, I can't get pans with 3 ranks and corpse explosion. I can't get new gloves. I mean, new gloves have been absolutely impossible today. So I've been farming like dungeons now for 2 hours plus. And like, I've not found a single upgrade as well to anything I have. I mean, just like not even an upgrade. I've not remotely in any capacity found gloves that would be in any like chance be what I'm looking for at all. Not even 1%. Ow. Yeah, it's ridiculous. We have to keep reactivating waypoints. This is why we're saying game developers with an ego, right, guys? Chad, this is why we're saying game developers with an ego. Why are we saying this? Because we all agree that the renown system is good for new players, right? We all agree that the renown system is something fantastic and new players can have a lot of fun with this. And this is actually a good thing. What we don't agree on is, why do I have to get my waypoints every single season again? Right? So since someone has a power trip at Blizzard, they finally gave us, we don't have to redo renown. Okay, so we don't have to redo it. But they still added a caveat. Like, look at me. This is not activated. This is not activated. This, that, and that is not activated because I just simply haven't been there. Where's the problem in giving us every single waypoint? Where is it? I mean, you removed the system. You put the system away, and that's okay. Someone swallowed their ego and decided, okay, sure, the renown system wasn't perfect for every single season. Thank you. So someone swallowed their ego, but they didn't swallow their ego far enough because they decided that, sure, we're gonna change this, but still, we're not gonna give you every waypoint. Like, it seems petty. Right? So, okay, we listened to your feedback. We gave you what you wanted, but here's the kicker. We gave you what you wanted. We still kept something back. For what reason? Like, tell me a single reasonable argument why we didn't get every single waypoint. And I remember what they said in the patch notes. Do you? So the patch notes read, we gave you every mattering waypoint. Okay. And how did you determine what matters? Every mayor waypoint? Like, you know, every mattering mayor waypoint. So like, who determined that? Just give me every waypoint. And yet again, I need to say this because this is very important to me, guys. And yet again, with all these things in mind, I'm still enjoying the game. I'm still having fun because the game is fun. So all these things can be bad and all these things can be true, but I'm still having fun. I'm still enjoying this season. I think this is one of the best seasons they have made. I'm enjoying this season more than season 2. Which is crazy to say because I just... Oh, God, what happened? I didn't even pay attention. So I enjoy this season more than season 2. Like, I'm missing Abattoir Zero to a degree because for Necros, Abattoir Zero was shit. For many reasons. So I do miss Abattoir Zero to a degree from season 2. But I guess I'm more missing the concept of the abattoir. So not the actual abattoir because, yeah, that had its own issues. I'm kind of missing like the concept of having some endgame stuff to play. So that's something I miss. But apart from that, I enjoy season 2 so much, season 3 so much more. And it's mainly because of Vaults, which is now showing another design flaw. So this might sound weird to you guys, but Vaults for me over Nightmare Dungeons at any time. Simply because Vaults, I just play through the dungeon and I kill enemies, tier 100 enemies, but I don't have to look for like handing in bloodstones, clearing silken spires and all that stuff. Right? So that's what I enjoy way more. To actually just play through this dungeon. Thank you. So now I'm already dreading going back to a season that's not having Vaults. Because then I have to do normal Nightmare Dungeons again. Where in normal Nightmare Dungeons, you were always looking for the Nightmare Dungeons that were the easiest to do. So we get like 40 Nightmare Dungeons, right? 40 different ones. And end of the day, you're like, okay, which Nightmare Dungeon is the fastest to do that gets me the fastest to the boss that has the least annoying objectives? I mean, that's essentially what you're looking for. So why not just have Vaults where Vaults are just not annoying? Vaults are just fun. You know? There are golds and vaults, yes, but they are very streamlined. They're always at the same position. You don't have to guess where they are. They're not randomized. It's not like that. Sometimes you need to go bottom left down or bottom right up. They're always like, you know, this is the Vault of Stone. It's going to have the one thingy you have to go for there, and you'll be turning around to do that. Often it's like, you know, find the 2 bloodstones, but the bloodstone could be in the top left, bottom right, bottom left, left, right, bottom left, left, right, or that. So yeah, for me personally, vaults have been way more enjoyable than the nightmare dungeons. But that might just be me. When I mainly can't be bothered by tier 100 bosses because they're like, they made them stupid. In season 2, they brought a change to tier 100 bosses, guys. Okay, so they wanted to make tier 100 bosses more fun. They wanted to make, oh, that's Shaco, guys. That's a Shaco, ladies and gentlemen. There's a item that's dropped. This is definitely not a Deathless Visage. This is not a Godslayer crown. This is a Shaco. This must be, right? I mean, like, seriously. This is it. This is our first Uber unique. I mean, like, you can see it here on the ground. This looks definitely like how a Shaco would look when it drops. Right? Surely, Chan. Surely. Good talk. Good talk. I mean, at least we got a unique channel. At least we got a unique. Let's salvage this for 0 benefits. 0 benefits, guys. It's actually more beneficial to sell uniques than salvaging them because it's so useless to salvage uniques. Burp, burp, burp. So I guess we can already conclusively say, ladies and gentlemen, that we got scammed. I will make a tweet. Don't worry, chat. I'll make a tweet to Pass Radar, the community manager of Diablo, directly, who also actually does respond to things. And I'll ask him if they scammed us or if they want to provide a actual number. Because we all know that at this point, I mean, like, it does not seem like we're going to get Uber uniques from vaults, sadly. I hate to say it. I wish I didn't have to say this. But kind of seems clear as day to me. I also sadly never expected to. No, this is the sad part. I started the stream this morning and I started expecting to not find a single Uber unique. I mean, one could humbly assume that with a system where you need 5 Uber uniques to craft the Uber unique you want, they would actually higher the drop rate so much that it would make sense, chat, right? Right, chat? Right? I mean, if you need 5 Uber uniques to craft the one you want, they would surely higher the drop rate of Uber uniques. Surely. Because that would make a lot of sense to do. What level should I do to do bosses? I mean, you should just do it in a group, Silvo. I mean, unless you wanna just have the solo self-found experience, which I respect. It's fun to do that. Like usually with the Necromancer, I start doing the bosses solo around level 80 latest, depending on the build. So around level 80 with most builds is very useful for Varshan and Gregoire. Gregoire is actually easier than Varshan, to be honest. So yeah, like around level 80. But to be fair, just group up. How many vaults did you do today? 30 plus already? In the Diablo universe, uniques are very common. Yeah, but hasn't it always been that way? I mean, in Diablo 3, you have like your legendary items who are just dropping like water left and right, and then you get your primal items. So When it wasn't like that in Diablo 3, I was struggling for anything. And then I had the Kinase Cube to essentially craft whatever I needed. So not only was I never struggling to actually find what I was looking for, I also did have the Kinase Cube to force a crafting mechanic. Which always weirds me so much out because people are so iron against unique crafting in Diablo 4. Okay? Whenever you start talking about unique crafting, the people that are terminally online and play this game too much, they're like, no, we don't want this. Like, it would devalue my grind and the time I put in. Angry voices. But then I'm looking like at D2 and I'm looking at D3 and I'm looking at all the chances to craft things in there. And I'm like, I don't understand. I mean, if you like these games, why, how are you so against it in D4 then? I mean, if it literally was an integral part of every Diablo that has come so far, and yet you're for some weird reason very pure and iron about this. I mean, obviously the main reason why terminally online people are against any kind of crafting mechanisms for casual players is because if there was anything crafting wise, then their terminally online personality has nothing to offer anymore, because the only thing they have is being online way too much in a computer game, right? That's the only thing they actually have. And now if the average gamer can get the same things they have with time investment, then they have nothing anymore. So it's understandable why you would be against it. It's not. How many Ubers you get till now? One single one that is not from a vault, that is from Durio, so none. People just forgetting it's a game and we're trying to have fun. Yerp. It's just a game, and it's just a game for goddamn casuals, right? Diablo 4 is not Diablo 2. Diablo 4 is meant to be played by gamer moms and dads. And this is a reality that people are still coping with and have an absolute inability to accept. And I really want the Son of Malphus to actually push me in this room. I mean, as soon as you accept the reality that this game is literally just meant to be played casual. I mean, didn't they say this? Who said this actually, chat? Who was it? There was I think it was an interview or somewhere. There's no endgame content, and someone essentially said like just play Diablo less, more or less. You know, the tone was, if you have nothing to do, just play less. You know, just cut your gaming time, play a different game. And Diablo is right now a game that's the less you play, the better it is. But you can still play a reasonable amount of hours, just not too many. Which Necro is the best Necro build this season? I mean, so far the number one is definitely the billions of damage Necro 4.0 here. That's currently the number one. I would say this is the number two, the Melted Heart of Selig or non-Melted Heart of Selig one. Then it's a close one behind the Blood Surge and the old Blood Lance build. This here. This Necro is also doing incredibly well, but this Necro and this Necro are eerily similar. Very similar. I mean, definitely the Summoner is at the bottom tier. And we're currently going to be having to make another bone like that. Then we have this build here right now, the Blood Surge, which is definitely like right behind the other Corpse Explosion build. And then we have to make a Bone Spear, Corpse Explosion, Enthusiast double wombo combo, which is going to be insane. You have 165% movement speed. That's cute. I respect that. But any Ubers? Sadly not. We seem to have been robbed, but this is a good data point. So I'm going to be intrigued to see what my fellow creators have to say, because I'm pretty sure that I'm not the only one who's doing this today. I'm pretty sure Mr. Rob is going to take his 4-man team of grinders, and they're probably going to be absolutely chunking, dunking, like going crazy through this. I need lucky hit chance with Barry on my amulet. I just noticed that. So yeah, they're probably going to go all crazy on that and see what they can find out. But right now I can positively say that I don't think, like, I mean, unless you're doing nothing else but Nightmare Vaults, I mean, maybe after like 8 hours, you might get one. But so the thing is that all the time we're spending here is not wasted. So reasonable, right? We're making our XP now for... reasonably, we're making XP for our glyphs. So I'm not mad, right? I mean, like I'm not getting an uber unique, but I'll have every glyph 21. But once I have every glyph 21, I technically have no reason anymore to go to vaults, right? I mean, you would assume that if I did so many vaults, that every single glyph of my character is 21. Okay, this is interesting point, Chan. If I did so many vaults that every single glyph of my character is 21, you would technically assume that I have S tier items in every slot, right? Because I did so many vaults. So technically we would assume that I have only S tier items, right? Surely, Chad. Because I did like over 200 vaults to get there. Well, you're wrong. Blood Surge is great for leveling. Yes, Blood Surge, Summoner, Bone Spear, all are fun for leveling. But almost argue that Summoner is probably the fastest fun leveling. It's actually really, really strong. Don't underestimate it. It's crazy. Drop chances are increasing doing solo content, but I'm doing solo content and I'm not getting increased drop chances. You can assume you finished the game. I mean, I finished the game a long while ago. I'm essentially like, I keep playing because I like experimenting. My main joy realistically in Diablo comes from just trying out stupid things. So I wake up in the morning and I'm like, hey, what if I combine these skills with each other? Can that work? And then I'll just try to make it work. That's where our main joy is coming from in Diablo. And if I was also like let's say I wasn't be a content creator and I would decide to play Diablo, I would level up a 100 character, then I would try different builds and I would kill Uber Liliths with all these different builds. And I would definitely not try to get an Uber unique ever as the casual player, to be honest. Then I would probably level up another character because I just enjoy doing that, try out 1-2 builds on that, and then I would be done with the season. It's currently what I would do as a casual player. And I'm a casual player by heart, right? And then every season I would kind of like invest everything up from 50 to 100 hours per season probably, just to see if they're fun or not. There's like usually what I would do if I was not a content creator with the time allotment in gaming time I have, kind of. But as soon as I'm kind of like reached the point where I'm like, you know, this is it, right? I have seen everything. I've enjoyed the season mechanic. Then I would just dump the game until the next season comes. That's currently my realistic approach. I'd probably never do a single Helltide. Because Helltide, like, let's be fair, the use for Helltide is only to get to Duriel at this point. Like, there's no, and like to have your reroll materials. But honestly, I wouldn't even bother rerolling. I mean, I usually don't even bother rerolling right now because I'm very not good at it, guys. It stresses me out to reroll. But that's how I would probably play the game as a casual player. Hey, Kadir, mahaba. Good to see you there, brother. Also, chat's already Wednesday. I hope we're having all a fantastic day. And you're feeling good. Oh, upgrade mats. Oh, sure, upgrade mats. So probably do like two, three Helltides to just get things going there. But yeah, I wouldn't really spend like time in the Helltide or something. I love this build, by the way, Chan. I can't wait to show this to you tomorrow. It's such a dumb build. I mean, especially I can just stand AFK here in the middle and we're just winning, right? I mean, there's no reason for me to leave my spot despite like all the explosions and everything happening on me. So no Ubers yet after 3.5 hours? Nope, no Ubers yet after 3.5 hours. I got some uniques, so we've been getting some uniques at least. That's good. We have also not only not gotten any Ubers, we also haven't gotten any actual gear improvements. So on top of no Ubers, no gear improvements. Oh, I need those gloves. Thank you very much. But at least we're getting our Darkness Glyph up to level 21, so that's plenty cool. Just trouble with Son of Malphus in tier 100? Well, just run away. I mean, like, just run away. He's just wasting your time. He's not your friend. You know, he just wants to cling to your leg and drag you down and make you slower. While you just want to finish that vault for the end room loot. I'm being robbed on gloves, Chan. This is a glove robbery. I'm not happy. Can I also not get the pants I'm looking for? This is a pants robbery as well. A glove and a pants robbery. Sadness incarnate. Tides of blood. Cooldown reduction. Damage reduction from shadow damage affected over time. And that's useless. Yep, that's useless. I hate you. It's actually not completely useless because the cooldown reduction and the darkness skill damage, they might actually work hand in hand into something I might need on it. So, maybe. Is it only tier 100 vaults? If you do tier 70s, you mostly get 925 gear. If you do tier 80s, you mostly get 925 gear. And like, mostly get 925 gear. Wer hat dir erlaubt, runterzukommen? Was macht man hier oben? Okay. Okay. So yeah, like I think tier 90s are enough. So this is one gripe. Yeah, this is one gripe I have. There's no reason to do tier 100 dungeons. Tier 90s is more than enough. So it makes no sense to do anything that's not a tier 90. Okay, wir können, wir gehen jetzt einen Bösewicht besiegen. Heißt Malphas. Ja, die ist uns. Das ist unser Roboter. Soll er heißen? Robbie? Okay. Nein, das sind wir. So. Aussagen.
Nein.
Weiß ich nicht, wenn du möchtest.
Ich sag.
Ich sag nichts. Niemals. Ja, wir müssen es wieder höher machen. Okay. So. Ladies and gentlemen. More energy, more footwork. Zwei. Mehr zwei. Siehst du da? Beeren. Ganz viele Beeren. Pause. Kommen wir hier durch? Daughter's way cuter than you. I better hope so. Ah, Laser. Zwei. Mehr zwei. Yeah, I'm like playing one-handed. I'm just on the mouse, chat. Sehr gut. Ill daughter today? Yeah, she has a bit of fever, so she's at home. But waifu's just we have a guest, and she's showing him the garden area. So Tiny Hoff is here with me. I mean, they're generally allowed down here whenever they want to. Okay, jetzt müssen wir gewinnen. Los, mach sie alle fertig. Ich mach gar nichts. Ich stehe hier nur. This is the good part about this auto build, guys. So I could just be completely AFK here, and I would still win this room. Nein, nicht mal aufhören. Immer weitermachen. Bist du das, ein großer Skorpion? Du machst das super. Schneller! Faster! Faster heißt schneller in Englisch. Faster! Even faster! More faster! Da, noch einer. Boom. Machen wir die Kiste auf. So, siehst du, jetzt müssen wir das hier aufnehmen. Den Stein. Dann müssen wir die Kisten hier aufmachen. Dann aufmachen. Musst du hier mit der Maus, musst du auf den großen Knopf drücken. Mhm. Toll. Ich darf auch einen aufmachen. Dankeschön. Was haben wir hier? Was ist das hier? Was ist das da? Was heißt Hose auf Englisch? Ich hab's dir vorhin gesagt. Das heißt Pants. Kannst du das doch lesen hier? Kannst du das lesen? Was ist das, der erste Buchstabe? Weiter? Dritter? Ein N. Umgedreht. Der vierte? Der ist schwer. Ein kleines T. Und der letzte? S. Ja, und das heißt Pants. There's learning opportunity everywhere. Hmm. What build are you using right now? Zwei. We're using the maximum corpse explosion Blood Lance Overpower build. New. Father-daughter stream carrying up in 3 years. I mean, if I can keep my children away from the internet gaming community, sorry, Chad. No, like if I can instill my children to be offline gamers and single player enjoyers, I will do my utmost best to do that. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll make them single play gamers. You know, like Animal Crossing, Souls-like games, Ghost of Tsushima, all that kind of zwei. Oh, all that kind of stuff, you know. Get away from these pesky online games. Ain't no place for any reasonable person, aka ain't no place for anyone. I mean, generally, I've been also all my childhood, I've been like an offline gamer, right? I mean, mainly because there wasn't any internet. And when I grew up, gaming chat, ja, weiter. Das muss sie umgeschubst, nicht getötet. Jesus. Said she murdered everyone. I murdered everyone. Yeah, you can say that. It's okay. No hurt. Ja, weiter. Das machst du toll. I think my 4-year-old is clearing dungeons, guys. Oh, ja, jetzt musst du aufhören. Pellwood together with a 6-year-old. Pellwood is great. Kannst du eine Truhe? Klar kannst du eine Truhe aufmachen. Warte. Oh. Warte. Knopf. So, du musst jetzt die ganze Hand, legst du auf die Maus. Na, wir machen das jetzt mal richtig. Ganze Hand auf die Maus. Siehst du, wie sich der Zeiger bewegt? Jetzt müssen wir den... So, und jetzt darfst du drücken. Sehr gut. Und jetzt versuch mal zu der anderen Kiste den Zeiger zu bewegen. Und jetzt nochmal drauf drücken. Oh! Ladies and gentlemen, look at that. The hand-mouse coordination. Natural born gamer. Either you have it or you don't, Chad, right? Either you get that hand mouse coordination going or you don't. Ja, das sind große Riesenschlangen. Boom. Und den auch noch. Oh, alle kaputt. Lost Gamer was born here, but that's okay. Nicht mehr die 2 drücken. Wir müssen noch rein. Und da kommt Gift. Willst du jetzt auch mal selber durch den Raum laufen und ich drücke die 2? Du nimmst jetzt die Maus, die gerade. Oh, wieder raus. Oh, warte. So. Jetzt musst du die Finger auf die Maustaste drücken. Warte, ein bisschen nach vorne. Und jetzt, guck mal, jetzt läufst du und drückst, siehst du, wie du läufst? Überall da, wo du hindrückst, da läufst du hin. Machen wir die Kiste auf. Oh, jetzt mal versuchen selber zu laufen. Ja, siehst du, da wo du hindrückst, da läufst du hin. Musst die Maus runter machen. Genau. Bist du aus dem Bildschirm rausgelaufen. Oh, jetzt stecken wir fest. Oh. Sehr gut, weiterlaufen. Durch die Tür. Nein, du musst zur Tür. Siehst du? Oh, wir müssen da zu der... Oh. So, und weiter. Oh, nach oben, rechts. Sehr gut. Oh, ja, zwei. Oh. Sehr gut. Und jetzt musst du hochlaufen. Bin ich da? Nee, nach unten. Nach oben. Sehr gut. Oh. Sehr gut. Warte. Oh. Jetzt brauche ich die Maus wieder. Ja, jetzt muss ich wieder 2 drücken. Okay, she's a natural chat. Nicht aufhören. Ja. So. Alles besiegt. So, jetzt musst du wieder die Kisten aufmachen. Hier ist die Maus. Ja gut, jetzt lauf mal hoch. Du musst da oben hoch, da wo die Tür ist. Genau, zu den anderen Kisten. Du musst die anderen Kisten aufmachen. Genau, langsam. Sehr gut. Und wieder, ja. Perfekt. Und die andere Kiste auch noch. Jetzt musst du da in der Mitte, wo der Helm liegt. Siehst du, wo der Helm liegt? In der Mitte. Oh, mit der Maus ganz weit weggelaufen. Da in der Mitte, wo der Helm liegt. Da musst du jetzt draufklicken. Ja, bist du wieder weggegangen? Ja, guck mal. Da in der Mitte, wo der Helm ist. Den Helm in der Mitte? Genau. Ja? Ja, sehr gut. Und jetzt nochmal. Super, und jetzt musst du durch das Auge laufen. Das große rote Auge. Hui! Dankeschön. Jetzt musst du hoch zur Mama. Aber nein, vorher musst du jetzt noch da den Stein hinlegen. Der kommt da rechts hin. Auf den, so. Nach rechts, weiter. Ah, nee, nach links. Oh, da auf das große. Da. Juhu! Dankeschön! Okay, so. Let's do the whole thing with 5,000 APM. I'm from Germany. Born in Germany, raised in Germany, living in Germany. Also, by the way, I did miss Kadir's 20 gifted. No, did I miss Kadir's 20 gifted? Did I see Kadir's 20 gifted? There was 20 gifted, chat. I missed them. Any Ubers till now? No, 9. No Ubers. No Ubers. I take it that your Mutilator plate to shoot off all those Blood Lances. No, a Mutilator plate is just giving me bonus Blood Orbs, which is good. So what we're doing in this build is we're having Corpse Explosion maximum out with Black River. Then we have Litless Wall to make bonus Bone Storms to always have like damage reduction and barrier and everything. We have Blood Lances to eat the Blood Orbs that we're making bonus with our Corpse Tendrils. Then we have automatic Corpse Tendrils and Corpse Skill bonuses. We have the Mutilator Plate for more Blood Orbs and also more Blood Lance damage, which goes up to 10 million. We have the Corpse Tendrils for the super critical strikes. We have the Circle of Exposed Flesh for Essence regeneration, which actually works plenty well. As you can see, I never run out of Essence. The Helmet for the Barrier, the Pans for even more multiplicative damage. And then our corpse explosions are essentially doing millions of damage while our lances are doing millions of damage, which leads us to be able to clear everything. So where are you exactly from, Germany? Well, no one knows that. No one knows that, and that's okay. No one needs to know that. Germany is small enough. You'll find me eventually. So, why not banish Lord's Talisman? I don't have like, I don't have space. So we now could spam Malphus down, but it's actually more damage if I don't do that. So if I Blood Lance him and then I Blood Lance these conduits, you know, that's like doing damage to him and the conduits, because that's how Blood Lance works, right? Blood Lance works with like everything that's being lanced to then lance other things. So it's kind of like funny how I'm essentially doing more damage to him by not doing more damage to him, right? So if I do damage here and then I do damage there and then lancing is happening in every direction. So I'm essentially just lancing, you know, things. It's a very funny concept. So this is where I'm just dancing in a circle around poor Malphus. Oh, poor guy cannot do anything. This is what cyberbullying looks like, Chan. This is what official cyberbullying looks like. Okay. Okay, all these useless items that I don't need. I'm not even gonna bother. No unique. I got robbed. Can you tell me what C1 for German means? I think you like that's a certain certificate for speaking German. I mean, there's different like levels of German. I think like one level is essentially the level of a native speaker, and then you have like these certificates, and it's your power of speaking German. If I'm not completely mistaken. My daughter didn't close my door completely. I mean, Beanie, I think it's all about how you tell your children, no matter what age, what you're doing. You know, like my daughter watched me play New World since she's 2 years old, essentially. She's been watching me play New World, and she's been loving it because it's a beautiful, like, scenario. There's woods, there's water. We've been pushing over animals, you know. We've been not brutally murdering animals and skinning them for their goodies. No, we've been pushing them over, and then they vanish, and it's very all tame and non-brutal and whatsoever. I mean, would I let my 4-year-old now play Call of Duty? Most likely not. But why would I do that? Not only is the game not suited for a child in terms of speed, recognition, overwhelming, and whatsoever, it's also that the community is not suited for your child in any capacity, right? But if my child wanted to play Call of Duty and give it a try, sure. She expresses that she would like to give it a go. As long as she's mentally able to handle it, you know. I mean, definitely at this point, it would be overstimulating. The same I actually do fear with Diablo every now and then, that it's a bit overstimulating, because, I mean, it's even overstimulating for me at times. There's a bunch of nerdy explosions happening, and there's numbers and all that kind of stuff. I mean, there is a lot happening on screen, and visual flashes and pulses. It's definitely a nice way to figure out if your child is epileptic to a degree. Because Jesus Christ, is like some action RPGs really make you wonder why you haven't like just rolled on the floor yet, spittle drooling out of your mouth, right? Due to the effects going on. Any Ubers yet? No, sadly not. We've been robbed so far. We've been getting robbed so far. Also, one thing I actually do enjoy in Diablo over some of the other ARPGs, guys, that Diablo has relative clear graphics. I mean, obviously it's an action RPG. Obviously there's going to be a lot going on, but due to the realistic graphics of Diablo and the like effects being okay and the overwhelming factor, it's like visually relatively clear. I mean, whenever I play Path of Exile, at some point I'm just like, I just tune out and just press my buttons, you know? I like Path of Exile, but from a visual standpoint, I just literally tune out and just like don't care what's going on the screen. The same problem I have with a lot of the action RPGs, where the graphics are looking gorgeous, but if you have a lot of gorgeous graphics and then you start spamming them, then your screen suddenly ends up being not so gorgeous anymore. That's just me. Limo, good to see you there. Thank you very much for subbing and gifting. Subbing and gifting. Appreciation, sir. So many generous people today. Thank you. So many new followers as well. I mean, it's good to see like that the interest for Diablo is definitely waning. We all know that, guys. Diablo is on a downtrend currently, Twitch-wise at least. I mean, it's funny that we actually, this is our stream on YouTube currently has 500 viewers, chat. This is crazy. I mean, it's Wednesday. It's not even a special day. It's just Wednesday. What are you doing here? I mean, like, seriously, what the fuck are you doing here right now? Like, you shouldn't be. It's Wednesday. Beanie, thank you for the brand new subscription. Appreciation. Very good to have you with us. Is Shadowblight better for Bone Spear than Ossified Essence? No. No. We tried out the Shadowblight Bone Spear thingy. If you wanna know how Shadowblight Bone Spear went, we have a whole live stream for you. This live stream here above my head, this was Shadowblight Bone Spear. We tried it. I can tell you what the problem is. The problem is that people die before you get to the point where it matters. Okay, so like you have this Shadowblight thingy that technically makes your Bone Spear stronger, but whenever the Shadowblight activates, you're already done. So imagine having something that hires your damage by 180% after a certain condition X is met, right? Well, like the amount of time you take to meet condition X, like in that amount of time, you've already won the fight. Wait. Yeah, unlucky, huh? But the aspect doesn't proc consistently. It procs consistently enough, but the reason why the blighted aspect was so good was Abba 12-Zir. I mean, if you're fighting Abba 12-Zir and every opponent has a gazillion HP, then every opponent takes so many Shadowblight key passive stacks on them that your Shadowblight key passive is constantly triggering the Blighted's aspect. Now let's bring this idea further. If you're playing not Abba 12-Zir and every of your opponents is a little fucking shitter that dies with like 3 hits, then the Shadowblight key passive doesn't have enough time to actually consistently stack up and always be activated. That was the main reason why Shadow was actually so good for the Abba 12-Zir, because Shadow only gets stronger. Whereas if you were playing Bone in the Abba 12-Zir, you would blast your essence empty to a degree, then you would end up with empty essence, and, well, you wouldn't get stronger anymore because you were already at the, like, extent of your strength. You know? I watched a German video of Beam playing 100 Days of Enshrouded. I watched the same video, Knorke. It was a very good video. I'm here to learn how necromancers work. I want a reason to try Necro again. I mean, Necro has this season, like, we already made 10 different builds, which are all quite some fun and all endgame viable. So, when if you want a reason, the build variety. I mean, you're weaker than a barb, but everything is weaker than a barb. So if you're looking to one-hit bosses, like, I literally had a YouTube comment say, I came here to watch, like I would love a necromancer build that can one-hit bosses. And I was just kind of like, I am sorry. One-hitting bosses is not normal. You know, this is not something you do. Yes, with a perfect gear, I can 2-hit bosses. I can 2-hit Duriel if I hit like 2 overpowers in a row, correct? But it's just not normal to one-hit bosses. It's only available to very overpowered things. Curious to see how the drop rate in vaults actually is non-existent. let me sate your curiosity. Non-existent. sigh. Okay, nothing in any capacity useful. I mean, I don't want to have upgrades from items anyways. This is something I can personally not wait for. I guess that's my biggest quality of life improvement, chat. When the loot gets better. I mean, this is the season, and I don't know how you feel about this, guys. 0 Ubers so far, but this is the season where I enjoyed looting again. Where I have been having fun picking up loot again. Where there has been a huge amount of joy of literally like getting what I want to get. But we still need the fix of the actual items, right? Is it worth to go with an army as a necromancer, you think? If you do want to play minion necro, we have a couple of builds for you, so it's definitely possible to do that. Keep in mind that it is still, despite working, the weakest necro build available, sadly. Okay. Is level 21 glyph the maximum? Yes, level 21 glyph is the maximum, and that's also good. And I feel like it should be shared between characters. What do you think, guys? It's okay to level up once, but forcing me to level up my glyphs for every single character is just a joke. I mean, sure, like, if there is druid-only glyphs, like let's say something like Control, Exploit, Essence. So these glyphs that are actually shared between characters, I shouldn't have to level them up. Sorry. I mean, yes, it would lower the amount of grind again, and we anyways don't have much grind in the game, right? But it feels just so silly. You know, like I've already done the effort, right? I've already done the work. Why are you making me do the work twice? One could say from an argument standpoint that then your alternative characters are too strong too early. But hell, their alternative characters I already went through the normal thing, right? I went already through the normal progression. I mean, obviously my alternative character is going to be stronger because it has loot pre-allocated for it. The vampiric powers in the Seneschal Companion. So for the Seneschal Companion and the vampiric powers, you actually have so many materials that it almost doesn't matter. Like when I leveled up my second character with the vampiric powers, I had just had everything. Like I had 20,000 blood or so lying around, so that wasn't hard. The same kind of went for the stones, right? As soon as I leveled my second character, I more or less from level 1 on had everything, like every stone almost to level 10 straight away. I think the reason why they don't want a secondary character to straight up have the seasonal mechanic is for you to still feel some kind of progress. Because we're humans, right? We're humans. We like progress. We like filling up bars. We like upgrading items. Like, we're humans, right? This is completely normal. We like doing that thing. So I would just assume that the reason why we're still leveling up the seasonal mechanic from character to character is just merely like to give you a progression feeling. Because else, like, if you have the vampiric powers max leveled up, and the same might actually go for the glyphs if we're honest with each other. Because if you have your vampiric powers already leveled up straight away, or your thingies, then there's no progression feeling anymore. Now again, who knows what their real reasons are? Could be anything. Could be again wibbity wobbity woo. Could be again wibbity wobbity woo. Someone is on a power trip, and who are you? Right? Who knows that? Like, look, Mom, we're just standing here and we're holding down the button. Yay, curse. And oh. Now I actually need to dash through him a couple of times to reduce the cooldown of my what am I doing here right now? I'm just dashing through him to reduce the cooldown of my Bone Storm. Okay, go Bone Storm. Because again, Bone Storm is just more crit for me. Why wouldn't I do this? I mean, technically, the best thing I could do right now is pull him out of this bone storm there so he comes to me. So I could make another bone storm. And now we're just quickly... Are you cursed? For this, the Bone Spear build will be better, Chad. So in case you're asking, what is the pinnacle of this build? Bone Spear. Because then you would replace the Blood Lance through Bone Spear, and you would essentially have, like, then just like a Bone Spear who kills this one in a few seconds. I would actually like more challenging bosses at the end of a dungeon. Never really feel like I'm in danger at all. Oh, this is something we forgot to talk about. They made bosses more challenging. So in season 2, there was a ginormous announcement, chat. Season 2, they were like, we're making bosses more challenging. And we're all like, yes, that's cool. Like, this is gonna be amazing. And then they were like, so every single Nightmare Dungeon boss now has 400% more HP. Damage is the same. Just 400% more HP. Good luck with the challenge. And everyone was like, okay. Could you revert that, please? Because it makes no fucking sense. Could you please revert that ASAP? We're going to check your Bomber Lancer build. Nowhere. We just made it this morning for this video. So I could like have a new build to play. But I sadly don't have you like, yeah, I don't. Oh God, I just teleported back to this. I'm already like over my head. So yeah, I like, you can't actually look this up because like I sadly, tomorrow. So tomorrow's video is going to be about this build, okay? Tomorrow's video is going to be about this build, where we essentially merge Blood Lance with the ability. Where am I teleporting now? Jesus, I'm just in autopilot mode. The best way to level a seasonal mechanic. A literal seasonal mechanic. Just be in the overworld and do the seasonal mechanic. We have a whole video on YouTube about that. It's like so much more fun and so much better. It goes so fast as well. And you especially have like people that even summon the Herald of Malthus for you, which is fantastic. What did I want to do now? Oh yeah, I need you, Chad. I need you to talk me out of this. Because I am genuinely considering buying this skin.
That's a bold choice.
I have not bought a single skin in this game so far, but I was genuinely considering buying this one. So it actually looks gorgeous. Like I was like not a single one, right? There's not a single skin which actually does look good. Like all the like this one has a cool helmet. Don't get me wrong, right? This one has a really cool helmet. The rest is meh, but the helmet is cool. Most of the Necro like are just really sad, really sad. But when I was looking for like, especially this one, like look at this. What is this, chat? What the fuck is this? I mean, sadness incarnate, right? Like absolute sadness incarnate. But as I was looking at him, I was like, Wraithlord. Yeah, Wraithlord is the only other one which gets praise from me. What I never knew is, do you own skins, guys? Can you change the color of skins? So can I take this purple skin and still change the color, or are you stuck with the color of the skin? So I can take the chest piece and make the chest piece golden. No, you.
Sound selection.
You can change the BP skins. Yeah, I know you can change the BP skins, but I never tried. Oh, Valentine's gift for yourself. Okay. You're right, Sean. Oh god. What's my password? That's not my password. This actually was my password. That's a surprise. Didn't expect that to be my password, if I'm honest with you. Okay, this is my first skin I ever bought. It's your fault, Chad. I'm only doing this to celebrate the 500 viewers on YouTube. Okay, Chad? Woo! Okay, there's a whole animation to this. Okay. Return to game. Apply all. No, I want to apply all. Okay. Show me. Wait, we need to put the player highlight off. No, wait. Player highlight can be purple after this. But right now it needs to be off. Go where it's bright. And lock out to see it all even better. And then we're going to mix and match it. So I just bought this now to mix them out. Oh god, this looks really gorgeous, I'm going to say. The fun part is how the back piece is fitting with a little wall here. Really good. It does look gorgeous. I'm not going to lie. Can I tax this off? Yes, I can tax this off, but I still have to buy it, right? Anonymous, thank you for the sub gift. Appreciate it. So it's not like that this was for free, right? Yes, I can tax it off, but I still have to buy it. I still have to pay for it, right? It's not like, ta-da! This was a free piece of equipment. You didn't have to pay anything for it. No, it's more like, yeah, sure you can, but you know, you still have to pay for it first. Where's my bloody size? I had a ginormous bloody size. Where is it? Ah, thank you. Okay, let's see how we can change the color of this armor. Oh, wow. Like, what? I did not expect for the whole armor to go yellow. Make it even more purple. Chad, we can make it even more purple. Oh, the stones are changing color too. That's nice. That's nice. Okay, like let's play. Let me play with my doll, Chad. Let me play with my doll. Oh, no way. No way. Oh, damn. He really just makes it completely golden and makes the stone golden as well. No way. No way this is going to be. I mean, the only thing they did a bit bad is that the purple glow still stays. Because, you know, you change the color, but the purple glow stays. So that's a mistake. Because it shouldn't stay. No, let me take the pans. I like that. The helmet comes back to the... That's what I'm going with. Go with that. You can't have the skin without the 65 horse bundle that goes along with it. Wait a second. Sorry, what did I miss? What did I miss? What horse bundle? I'm not planning to put any more money in this, but what horse bundle did I miss? The one that you pay ungodly amounts of money for? Under add-ons, okay. Oh, wow, what the... I mean, it does look great, I'm not gonna lie.
Very good.
Oh, what the fuck? Nope. Nope. Just no. No. Like, really not. This looks horrible. It's actually... That's awful. It comes for 7,000 platinum. Yeah, I know this is how they get you. Like, they promise, like, if you buy this, guys, you actually get 7,000 platinum. So if I now bought this, I could have bought both things before. Why didn't you tell me this beforehand? Like, see, I would have bought this one, and then I could have bought the other one for free. I mean, you would have bought this one, and the other one I would have been saving money buying this. Yeah? Definite gamer math. I would... This would have been for free, chat. I'm essentially losing money not buying this. Like, if I'm not buying this, I'm not getting 7,000 platinum for free. 800% value min. Exactly. You got me there. Well, what is this one here, by the way?
Interesting choice.
Oh wow! I mean, like seriously, this has thunder going out around it, but I mean, look at this skin right now, right? Like, look at this skin, the poor man's horse, and just like this is for $40, and now compared to this, what the hell? Like, did they run out of design power? You know, like you feel a little bit robbed when you buy this average looking horse versus that. I mean, like 7,000 platinum is actually, wow, 7,000 platinum is a lot of money. I mean, you're still getting robbed, right? They're essentially forcing you to buy 7,000 platinum, right? For $65. That's the amount, and you just get a horse on top. What was the build you used? We're using a, oh god, this looks so good. I'm so happy with this skin right now, chat. I am so happy I bought this. I mean, look at me. When did it lock out again? I'm actually happy I bought this though. And like when you're content with your spending money. Now that I do this. Ja. Kann man nicht auf Google Drive und die auf eine Festplatte gemacht. Ja, ich habe dir eine Festplatte gegeben mit einem USB-Kabel und gesagt, da habe ich alles drüber gezogen. No, so like I emptied my wife's. Christina, give me a second. We'll be right back. Because like I'm liable. No. I'm just liable for my wife's data. So I transfer her data from her phone to her PC and put it on drives, and she doesn't know. Like I tell her what I do, but she forgets, and now I need to find her data again. So give me a short second. I'll be right there. But yeah, like just I don't know. I can't actually show you like the skill tree really nicely, so you can't get a feeling for this while I'm gone. But it's essentially a Blood Lance. It's a Blood Lance. Corpse explosion build. I'll be right back. Okay, she found the drive again. My wife, like I gave my wife a drive where I put all the data on. And I told her this is your drive where all the data is on. And my wife took the drive and put it away. And then she was like, "Where's my data?" So, yeah. 10k armor without Juggernaut. No, I'm just rocking 10k armor, not more, but that's because I have also 22,000 barium. And I'm fortified and have damage reduction from fortified. So this is the amount of armor I have. I could have more armor very easily with another total armor percentage roll in the amulet. Did you find any Uber unique? No, we haven't found any Uber uniques. Uber uniques and vaults are a lie, Chan. I regretfully have to tell you that the premise of the video is that Uber uniques are a lie. from vaults. And I will make a tweet today to Diablo to like, and I'm going to tag everyone that I know follows me back of the developers. And I'm going to be like, could you tell us the actual percentage placed? Because right now it's a scam. Remember, right now they literally wrote this just in the patch notes for writing into the patch notes. You know? Black River Blood Surge build. Well, so the Black River Blood Surge build wouldn't make sense for one single reason. That Blood Surge is already killing a whole room. So why would you make a Black River Blood Surge build when you're already killing a whole room with Blood Surge, right? The thing with Blood Lance is that Blood Lance has technical issues to clear a whole room. So there's some things holding Blood Lance back from clearing a whole room. It can do that, but it takes significant amount of time X to actually do this. And therefore, we are now introducing the Corpse Explosion Black River fun to the whole Blood Lance concept, because then the Blood Lance concept plus the Black River Explosion fun leads to us essentially having a millions of damage Blood Lance followed up by millions of damage Corpse Explosion. Kind of nice. They wrote the same for Helltide in season 1 and then disabled Uber drops from the chest. Oh yeah, that was crazy. I remember the first Uber uniques people have seen. See, this is why I think they partially don't know what their drop chance is, guys. If you remember in season 1, there was a bug where suddenly there were Uber uniques just dropping out of Helltide chests like crazy. And since then, I don't trust them anymore to know their own drop rates. You know? I just single-handedly don't trust them to know what's going on. I mean, when they tell me there's a 20% chance for Uber uniques drop in the open world, I'm going to be like, nah. You think that is, but it's probably not even coded in. Which build is best for boss fights? Bone Spear. Bone Spear. Yeah, they knew the 5-to-1 Uber unique chance was too much. I mean, whoever decided 5-to-1 is a goddamn idiot. When I don't want to call devs idiots, but whoever made that decision, like I don't know how you could literally make that decision and think it was smart to do. Like, are you like, look at this and you're like, you know, Mason, the numbers make sense. I'm sorry. Don't mean this on a personal idiotic level. I mean that on like a professional idiotic level, like how you could literally like think that this makes sense, you know, in any capacity. What's going on with the Uber drops and vaults? Nothing, it seems. Nothing.
I need more
What's going? Nothing. Nothing, sir. Nothing is going on with the Uber drops and vaults. Why don't I play Bone Spear? Because I'm a content creator. I mean, I have two decisions I could make. I can play Bone Spear all season long and just be like, Bone Spear is the best. Look at my Bone Spear dick. It's amazing and huge and amazing. And have I said amazing yet? Yeah. Or I could give you a vast variety of fun, different builds that are all good and reasonable for their own reason. Because why would you just play the strongest thing when you could play all the fun things anyways, right? Because you're playing the game for fun and not just play the strongest build available. And for some weird reason, I choose option number 2, where I actually play fun things and just show people fun builds. And that's why I don't play Bone Spear, because, you know, it's not fun to play. Actually, it's the least fun to play from all the Necro builds available. Yep. So, yeah, I'm a content creator. You know, I make content. And I provide options. I will make the perfect Bone Spear build for the Gauntlet, don't worry. I will give you the absolute #1 build, guys. The best Necro in existence. No one will have ever made a better Necromancer build. And if someone claims his Necro build is the #1 in existence, he's lying to you. Because it's not my build. And we all know he's lying, right? So filthy scoundrel liars and everything. So yeah, right now we're still in the fun phase of the game, right? I mean, right now we're in the get yourself to tier 100, get yourself leveled up, you know, have a good time. We're kind of in that phase of the game. We're not in the phase of the game where you actually have to try. I mean, like you know, in the current stage, you can play whatever you want and you can beat whatever content you want, essentially. I mean, more or less fast, right? So, might be some speed discrepancies, but generally from a durability standpoint, I mean, hell, we cleared a tier 100 dungeon at Lilith with a minion build, so there you go. You know, with a minion build can do it. In case you missed it, guys, so you might have not seen this video because you didn't pay attention, and then shame on you. We did something 2 days ago. It's called the dollar store necro. This necro here. This is a build that was made only with the Codex of Powers and only with store items. Okay, Chad? So we bought items from the clerk. We made a skill. We bought items from the clerk. We took only Codex of Power items. Only that. We made a whole Paragon board. And then we cleared a tier 100 dungeon. With the shittiest build in existence. Was it a struggle? Yes. But, you know, with a bunch of 825 items, with a bunch of things, we cleared. So now you, like, now you're gonna ask yourself, why haven't you cleared it yet? Okay? If I could do it with the shittiest shit in the universe. But yeah. Same shirt 2 days ago? Yes, because it's a working shirt, Knorka. The working shirt. I essentially have my set of shirts downstairs here in my office, and I pick them up whenever I want to when I want to work. Because they are my nerd shirts, you know? I just got a T-Bald's Will, ladies and gentlemen. An actual good roll T-Bald's Will. What the fuck? That's quite something. It's just useless for Necro. So I got a bunch of nerd shirts that my wife does not want to see me in public with. Understandable. Understandable to a degree. So they're like all my working shirts. Did you get one Uber from the Nightmare Dungeon? No, we can draw a conclusion here right now. We've been live for 5 hours. We've been live for 5 hours. We've been doing dungeons for 4 hours now, and not a single one has dropped. We've done over 30, let's say 40 Nightmare Vaults, and not a single thing has dropped in these Nightmare Vaults. We've been getting around 10, 15 uniques or so at this point. So we've been getting quite some stuff together, but all in all, yeah. When a higher drop chance of nothing is still nothing. Right? One thing you could currently say about the new crafting thing is, right? So this one, Chad. Why is this 5 for 1? Because this is meant for eternal players. Hey, Chad. What if this is meant for eternal players? Now I have a question for you, Chad. How many Uber Uniques do you have in Eternal Realm? Because I have 2 Uber Uniques on the Eternal Realm. That's the problem. So even if this was meant for the Eternal Realm, even if, it's still stupid as fuck. Yeah. I mean, because first and foremost, who plays Eternal Realm? Right? I mean, first and foremost, who plays Eternal Realm? Actual place Eternal Realm? But second and most important, that still most people don't have more than 1 or 2 on Eternal Realm. That being said, guys, I have very good news for you. Ladies and gentlemen, do not despair. The coolest thing about disenchanting Uber Uniques. I finally got myself the grandfather skin. Yeah, Chad, you won't believe this, but I can pick up a 2-handed sword. I don't have a there. I can pick up a 2-handed sword. Okay. And I can go to this, and I can like 2-handed sword, and there's the grandfather. There you go. Cool, right? So I can actually make I can make a grandfather now. I can pretend I have it. And then when someone walks past me in this gigantic MMO open world game, then I can be like, look at my grandfather. It's amazing. And they're going to be like, whoa, what? So yeah, that's probably the best thing there. Yeah, that guy bought so many Duriel mods. Exactly. I pity his soul. What a poor gamer. So how will we improve the armor of this build, by the way, now? Total armor percentage on Amulet. If I had total armor percentage on Amulet, I would instantly have enough armor to not struggle. Don't really have Paragon points to get more armor. That's the only annoying thing. Because technically there's another 100 armor hidden there. And there would be another here on the right side. There's another 150 armor hidden here technically. So a little bit more, wait a little bit more would be possible. Lila, we just bought these cosmetics from the store. This is just a skin we bought from the store, which also brings me, I wanted to go over to my other Necro and see like what I can do with this now, because I want to mix the new seasonal skin and that together. So we finally spent money. I've never spent money before. Juggernaut is so strong. Juggernaut is insanely strong. Anyone not seeing why Juggernaut is so powerful is like missing out. So we get this brand new looking look from the skin. I don't actually know where it is. There it is. See, this is the vitreous here. This is how it looks. It can be turned any color. So that's like the cool part. So all these diamonds here, I can add this now to my existing build, right? Just have the helmet going on. And then I could also take the new pants if I wanted to, which actually also fit very damn well into this. If you wanted to, you could take the gloves, which just do look splendid. If we're going for the blue stones. And then you have the boots. God, I am so happy for buying this. What am I? Yes. I'm a very happy little pony for buying that stuff, Chad. That was a wise decision, so thank you for forcing my hand, ladies and gentlemen. Which brings me... Okay, sorry. This looks great. I'm loving my new style of necromancers now. Sadly, I can't use it for my Sork, but the Sork looks pretty badass as well, right, Chad? But yeah, I like the variety that this set gives me, but I feel like I'm turning into a setaholic now, and I want to buy all of them. You know? It's my opinion, but skins are not worth it in general. Skins are 100% not worth it in general. But if you want to buy things to feel better while doing your hobby, who's going to stop you doing that? You know? What's the story here? Same as you. So we've been getting like, I've been now online for 4 hours. We've been running Vaults for 4 hours. We have not gotten a single uber unique. We've gotten some uniques, but the sad part is that we also not have gotten a single gear upgrade. I've been looking for pants, and I've been looking for gloves, and I've also been looking for a new ring. And I've gotten none of these things, chat. Nothing. No ring, no gloves, no boots, and not even an amulet. And that has been 4 hours of that right now, which is kind of sad. And I really don't like it. And I think that's also going to conclude our experiment with Diablo for today. We're going to turn the YouTube stream off and on again because we're actually going to continue playing Banisher now. So that was Diablo for you, chat. That was really cool, and I really enjoyed this. But the experiment shows we get scammed. And we're going to continue actually playing Banisher now over on YouTube and on Twitch. So we'll go with this, but I'll have to put the stream offline and online because I can't do 2 games in one stream. We have to like swap this over. So YouTube, I'm going to turn you off for a second, but then I'm going to turn you on again too. And Twitch, you just don't have to do anything. This is a very cool game. It's like God of War mixed together with The Witcher 3. So if you're interested, just turn back in a second. Okay, that was for YouTube. Let me turn that off now.